Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to all the students online and here in person here in Nelson. So NZIPP is proudly presenting the 2022 Iris Awards with our major sponsor, which is Sony. So welcome everybody. Now in the student category that we're judging this afternoon is proudly sponsored by CR Kennedy. So we're very grateful to them for sponsoring this category. And are we ready to do a run through soon? Okay. Meanwhile, my name's Simone Jackson. I'm your panel chair, and this is Chris Halliwell, assistant panel chair with us, and so he's keeping me on my toes as well. So we'll start the run. It's not showing yet.
The TV's off.
Okay.
And that's a good start. That was just to see if you're awake.
Meanwhile, the tally's off, so we've just had a little break. We're just going to get that with the tally, the main screen. So for any of the students that are watching online at the moment, we'll just get that sorted. So you're not missing anything yet.
Do judges have pen and paper to write down any exclusions?
Here's some paper if you want to.
Here.
Thank you. So if there's any exclusions, or just let us know with these.
Fill those out and then bring them back to us as soon as the run through is completed.
So we're just
We're all good?
not yet, or yep, getting ready to go. Okay, so you ready for the run through? Here we go. Well done, with huge diverse images. We're really looking forward to this. I'm just going to read out the description for the student category and what it involves. It says the student category is for composite or non-composite entries. So it's open it's open to all full-time students in a recognised tertiary institute in New Zealand or Australia. If entering the Australian student category, obviously, close brackets. So anyone who is doing this is studying photography or a similar creative program. The spirit and intent of this category is to provide an opportunity for those studying to become a professional photographer in NZIPP. Now, accredited professional photographers, either current or past, are ineligible to enter this category. This is for the student category, which is proudly sponsored by CR Kennedy. So what we might do is we might call up the first 5 judges, if we could please. If we have good Mandarin, Phil, Johan, Kay and Chris.
Oh, you got me seat.
You want it back? You can have this one if you want.
I hate PCs.
Thank you.
I feel like I'm
So we're first starting with the prints first, I think. So could we please have the first print?
I'm not on here.
Are you not logged on?
Floater. Just shoot. Is there a floater?
Sorry?
Is there a floater in the name?
Maybe I'm using. We get down to Michelle and I can't go any further.
Is there
PC guy.
is there a name called floater?
No.
No.
We've already got the judges assigned, so we'll just have to pick someone else who's not.
Okay.
Who's not? Because I've only got 8.
Okay, that's right.
Hold on, can you see?
Right, we have a score of 81. That is a silver award. Thank you very much. Who would like to talk to the photographer? Thank you, Mandarin.
I applaud the photographer for creating something that sort of pays a little bit of homage to Jerry Ullsman. It's really beautiful, creative interpretation of something that the individual subject is sort of thinking about, you know, where they could be perhaps. Where there could be points of improvement are, I would have liked to have seen a little less blockiness in the hair. It sort of goes into a black murk, whereas the rest of the hair is well detailed. Also, overall, it could be a little bit sharper, especially in the eyes.
Thank you very much, Mandarin. Much appreciated. So we'll accept that. And could we have the next print, please? So everyone online, we've just started the student category, proudly sponsored by CR Kennedy. And we'll give you a bit more information about CR Kennedy throughout the day. We have a good bronze there at 77. And I think we have a challenge from Kay.
Yeah, I put this into silver because I think this is very cleverly done. I feel it's, we've got the top figure at the top left is very, very beautifully sharp. What I'm seeing is a prism using mirrors that are actually reflecting to creating all these different aspects of this person, and whether it's looking at themselves in thought or different personalities that might come through. I thought it was actually quite well seen and captured.
Thank you very much, Kay. And Johan, you giving me the little bit of the interest there? You were down there. I think you're happy? Okay, cool. Thanks. Your Mandarina, we might get you just you're in a different score range there.
Yeah, look, I would love to go up in score. I think what let it down for me a little is perhaps if the cropping was done a little differently, i.e. that sharp white slash was moved further over into the corner to segregate the two halves into more triangular, it would have added to the story of the two halves, the reflection and the actual reality. The other thing that I found a little bit frustrating perhaps was that those sharp lines just dissected the shadows in the bottom, which I found I just struggled with. So I'm listening, but I just struggled with scoring it higher.
Thanks, Mandarin. Hey, Chris, would love to hear you down the other end there.
I was on 78, so I put it into bronze. I think something that maybe kept me there is, for me, a lot of the focus is on that yellow jacket, and it's probably the least interesting part of the scene. The face and those light streaks coming through those streaks had the opportunity to be the big, bold part of it. But for me, especially that jacket at the top left was kind of dominating. So for me, that kept it out of silver, but I'm listening.
Fair enough. And Kay, we've got right to reply there.
Yeah, I'm hearing what everyone's saying in regards to those technical issues, or that where the attention is being drawn to within the image. But I see it as an effective means of portraying the subject. It's a prism of mirrors potentially, so you're not going to get you won't get it go away with not having those really, really sharp defined lines. And I feel it's been well seen and well seen. So
Well done.
I'd like a silver.
Thank you, Kay. Judges, can we get you to rescore, please? Kay, you've done rather well. You've bumped it up 2 points, which takes it to a 79. We know what we're going to do there. We're going to get you to put in either a score of 79 or 80 if you feel that it is a bronze or a silver. And we've got a good bronze at 79. Well done. Thank you. We'll accept that. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have the next print, please? We have a bronze award at 78. Thank you. And we have a challenge from Johan.
Okay, I gave this 83. I will talk about the weakness first. I think there's just one image too many, but I love the fact that I don't even know. I love the fact that I don't even know what it's about, but I'm curious. And the more images I look at, the more curious I become. It's printed beautifully. The information is weird in a good way, and it makes you more and more curious about what it is. I challenge judges to tell me what it's about, and I wouldn't dare try and tell them, but I just feel that the last image perhaps brings it down, which is why I went for an 83 instead of something much higher.
Thank you, Johan. We've got another end of the scale down here. We've got a few other points further down lower. Maybe if we could hear from either Phil or maybe Mandarin. Yeah, Phil,
Yep.
thank you. If you'd like to take that up too.
I struggled with the story. I get.
If you could just speak to the
Sorry.
microphone, that'd be
Yeah.
great. Thanks.
I'm on 74. I struggled with the story. I see the tension and the questioning that is evoked from the craziness or the strangeness. It's definitely emotive. I'm happy to push up a little bit and bring it into a bronze for that reason. But yeah, similarly, the last image just was one step too far for me also. So that just threw me.
Thank you. And Phil, I think you're keen to... Oh, yeah, down the end.
Chris?
I'm Chris. Sorry, Chris.
I can be Phil. It's
Thanks,
okay.
Phil. Sorry.
Um,
Thanks, Chris.
So I was on 81 for this. I put it in silver, and I think the story is really confusing, and I was a little at odds with it, but actually I'm happy now that you're confused, I'm confused, we're all confused. I like that last one. I think it's really important because the body's clean. It's gone from dirty to clean. It's been bathed, and that's part of a narrative, but I'm still grasping at the rest of it. I find the middle frame where the head is missing to be confusing. I'm certain there's a message there. Just because I can't read it doesn't mean it's great. It is printed really well, and I thought it deserved silver.
Thank you very much, Chris. And I think we might come back to the challenger, if we could. So, Johan, I think you would love to hear
Right.
back from you.
Sometimes we don't need to understand, and sometimes if we're left with questions, then the images have done something to us. It's not up to us to judge doll torture, and I think it's up to us to judge, has it been photographed well? Is there something in there that makes us ask questions? And do you want to see more? Would you like to see more of this work? All of these things are there, and I've just given it a silver. I'm not asking for gold or platinum, just a nice old silver. See how you can do.
Well done. Okay. Thank you, judges. We'll get you to all to rescore, please. You got away with words, haven't you, Johan? We've made it to a silver. That's 80. Congratulations to the photographer. Well done. Thank you very much. We've accepted that. Could we have the next print, please? We've got some very even scoring along here. We have a good silver at 82. Well done. Congratulations, we'll accept that. It's very solid. Anyone like to talk to the photographer? Mandarin, thank you.
I applaud the photographer's choice of paper. The platine type of paper with that semi sort of sparkly finish really adds to the location of where it's photographed. I would think that if you cropped it a little bit off the bottom or brought the wave rider down further, it would add to the image, and also just maybe a little bit more detail in those highlights.
Thank you so much, Mandarin. I'm sure the photographer will appreciate those comments. So we've accepted that score. And could we have the next print, please? We have a score of 75. That is a bronze award. Well done. Congratulations to the photographer. Would anyone like to talk to the photographer? Johan, thank you.
It's a lovely moment there. Just a little bit of attention to the mother's hand. It's just coming up the side and looking really awkward being cut off in the frame like that.
Great, that's great critique. Thank you very much, Johan. That's fantastic. Could we please have the next print? So to all those online, we're currently viewing the student category, which is proudly sponsored by CR Kennedy. We're grateful to support us here. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Thank you very much. We will accept that. Bronze award, congratulations. Would anyone like to talk to the photographer? Thank you. Oh, thank you, Kay.
Yeah, a stunning location. I think there's great potential here. I guess I'm not getting is the expression is very soulless. There's nothing there that's actually engaging me to hold my view.
Thank you very much. I'm sure the photographer will take that on board. Right, we're just going to have a little bit of a... Are we ready to go? Cool, okay. Right, so I'm just going to go to the next print, please. Thank you very much to the students out the back. They're working really hard. Thank you. We have a score, which is quite only within a couple of points of each other, of 74, which is acceptable there. Thank you very much. We will accept that. And would anyone like to talk to the photographer? Thank you very much, Chris.
So this is really cool. I think the choice of the lens to make everything elongated is great. I think I would have loved to have seen some more expression and excitement or movement in the girl with a hand in her pocket is a bit kind of controlled. And there are some reflections on the balloons that make it feel like there's some studio light going on, and it's probably not in a studio, so I think retouching those out would help.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris. Much appreciated. Right, we will have the next print, please. We have a score of 79, which we'll be going to review, but I think we've also got a challenge from Mandarin. Thank you.
I found this image really intriguing when I went up and really studied it. There looks like there's little horns on some of the figures, so it's almost like you're in this weird sci-fi world where we've got a whole heap of clones, and they're trying to create the perfect clone to look like a humanoid, and some on the left with these little horns or bobbles in their head have not quite achieved that. And so I really like the narrative that is being explored. The tonality is really lovely. That subtle shift in light from the left towards the right. So I scored it. I actually scored it silver distinction, and I think it at least deserves a silver. So I'd love to hear some more comments.
Thank you very much. I've got a couple wanting to talk to this. I might go further down the lower end at the moment, which is Chris. Could you tell us your score too, please?
So I was on 75 for this one, and it's really creepy and quite engaging. I think what I wanted to see more of is just another clue to tell me about what this is about. So these 5 figures are very engaging. The textured wall in the background, if there was something there I could latch onto that gave me a hint about who they were, what their purpose was, or why they're all walking in that direction. It almost feels like they're about to walk into the wall. So it was just that little narrative clue that I was missing, but I'd love to hear more.
Thank you. And so, Kay, would you still like to speak, or?
Yeah, I mean, for me, that what I'm seeing is the figures have got stockings on their head, which then knotted type thing. I found it really intriguing. What was distracting for me was the light, the lines that are actually coming out of the 2 right figures that lead up. It's creating this band of light, which is actually quite distracting. You could just about even have 3 of the figures on the left-hand side on their own. But again, the story just hasn't been fulfilled enough for me to actually really understand anything of the image.
Cool. Thanks, Kay. And Phil, you've got something to add here too.
Yeah, in terms of the story here, I think it's a sign of the times. You know, we're all just kind of walking into a brick wall with a lot of stuff currently. I love the image. I think it's been treated really well. The tonality is lovely. It's arresting, evocative, and confusing. So yeah, I put it at 81. So I just crept into the silver based on the premise of high level of imagination, which elevates it beyond the high standard of the bronze.
Thanks, Phil. I think got a few more interest here. Johan, do you want to add a quick word here?
Sorry. So I gave it a 76. I'm willing to go up because of what somebody mentioned, sinister, and as soon as you mentioned it, you start getting creeped out by the whole thing. And to successfully do that is, with such a simple image, is really clever. So I'm happy to go into a basic silver, but much better than the 76 I gave it.
Cool, thank you very much, Johan. And back to you, Mandarin.
Thanks for all those comments. They're fantastic. I think, yeah, the creepy element, perhaps it alludes to my science fiction mind that really enjoys looking at this and the story that goes with it. That beam of light on the right is an interesting one, Kay. For my thought process, I actually saw that as almost a beam me up, Scotty, like they're walking towards this brick wall, but is there something that's going to, you know, they'll walk through it or they get beamed into a new dimension. It really has that element of creepy sci-fi clone. You don't know what, 1984, you don't know what's going on. But it's beautifully conceived and created, and I think, I'm not asking for a gold distinction, but I think it's absolutely worth, at the very least, a silver, and I've given it a silver distinction, so I'd love to see everyone bring it up.
Thank you, Mandarin. So, judges, you can put your new scores in, please. The photographer will be thrilled. You've made a silver at 82. Congratulations. That's fantastic. Could we have the next print, please? We've got a score of 79. Well done. Thank you very much. We know that that's going to go to a review, but I think we've got a challenge from Johan.
Right, I gave this an 87 purely for the cleverness of the simplicity and the anemone-like quality of the almost flower that we have there from two basic elements, a dark petal, a dark wing and a light wing, and they've been melded together in such a way that it's almost like an infinity where you're looking down through to the center, and then when you do look into the center, you're rewarded by, well, a butterfly. And it's it's deceptively simple, but very worth appreciating. And the tonality, it's been handled so incredibly well.
Thank you very much, Johan. Down the other end of the scale, we've got, I wouldn't mind hearing from further lower down, maybe, yeah, thanks, Kay.
Yeah, hi, I scored 75. I put it just into bronze. I found that I loved the simplicity. I thought it worked really well in what you've seen there, Johan. But to me, there's a lot of, it's not really shadows, but there's a lot of greyness underneath the bottom wings and through the centre of the image, which I would have liked to have seen really clean, and which is what the rest of the image is. So that has actually held me in a bronze range, purely because of those sort of factors. Bringing it into a silver, we're looking for, it has got the imagination, but we're looking for a very high level of craft and skill, and I feel there's a little bit of lacking with the fine finessing of it.
Okay, thanks, Kay. And Mandarin, thank you.
Beautiful composition, and I actually applaud the photographer for using such an awesome matte board with that black edge. It really adds to the image. The points of improvement are, I feel there's a slight disconnect in the shadows and the highlights. It's almost like the shadows are a split tone, and I would have liked to have seen a little bit more separation in those shadows to give more richness to the detail in those shadows especially. Also, I would have liked it to have been a little bit sharper overall to really have the feeling of all those beautiful details.
Thanks, Mandarin. I think we'll go back to Johan for your right of reply. I don't think anyone else wants to add anything there.
I guess in this case, it's in the eye of the beholder, and the things that you are not liking are the things that I love, and I'm hoping that we can agree to disagree on the side of silver rather than on the side of bronze. And that's what I'll ask for. We're on 79, and you're going to have to be asked that question again. Just nudge it up enough to bring it in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would just hold on a second. Just need to click onto this. Just got to wait for hello. Yes, you now can put your rescores in, please. Thank you. You've made it to a silver, 82. Well done. Congratulations to the photographer. Yeah, could we please have a blank screen, please? Thank you. Okay, you've done a fantastic job. We'll give you a little bit of a break. Thank you very much. As in maybe not leave the room unless you just let us know if you need to. Thank you. And Jackie, could we pop you in place there? Thank you very much. Get log in there.
Right, I'm done.
You're done? Oh, thank you very much. Thanks, Jackie. Could we please have the next print? We have a bronze at 75. Well done. Just congratulations. It's quite even scoring across there by just a few points. Could we please have a comment from who would like to give a bit of critique? Oh, thank you, Phil. Chris? Sorry, Chris, you look like a Phil.
Do I look like a... Okay, I'm a Phil now. Oh, that's great. We're swapping. Congrats to the photographer for making this and matting it really beautifully as well, which is great. I think something that might have convinced me to go a little higher is if there was a little more saturation and warmth and energy in what was there. It's quite muted. The palette's really muted, and that's lovely. But I think for the sense of this vortex and for the wonder that's there, I would have loved to have seen just a little bit more to help punch up the energy.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chris. Really appreciate that.
Phil.
Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. My brain doesn't cope. We'll have the next print, please. We have a bronze award here at 75. It's a bronze, thank you. I would love to hear from someone who's got a bit of critique that they would like to add. I can see a few raised eyes. I think, Jackie, I know that you, yeah, I'd love to hear from you, please. Thank you.
Jackie, who didn't score it that high.
No.
And the reason being that I'm a bit confused about what the subject is, as there was a lot going on in it. I think it would have been a more powerful story with that one little orange figure, but just cropped in closer. You would have nailed it a bit better.
Thank you, Jackie. And there's a few
opinion.
nodding heads there too. So yeah, you're on the ball there. But congratulations to the photographer for getting 75, which is a bronze award. Could we have the next print, please? We have a score of 73, which is professional standard. Thank you very much. We'll accept that. And I'd love to hear from someone who'd like to give some critique to the photographer. Yeah, thank you, Mandarin.
I'm sure the subject will be really happy with this image. It's a beautiful moment in time of her pregnancy. Points of improvement would be the placement of the hands is so important, and that hand over her chest is quite, it's almost claw-like. So be very mindful of being quite delicate and mindful of the placement of the hands, and also the lighting could be improved as well.
Thank you very much, Mandarin. Could we please have the next print? We've got a bronze award at 75. Thank you. And we'll accept that. Yep. No? You have to be direct, Mandarin.
Yeah, sorry, I'll challenge.
You'll challenge? Okay, lovely. Thank you.
I think it would be unfair for me not to, given I gave it a silver. So I feel that it could, a few extra points would be most appreciated by the photographer. I think it's a really lovely narrative. I really applaud the paper choice. I'm really enjoying the subtle tones in the background, and the overall colour palette, the creative use of the border as well gives it that really arty look. So I do believe that it deserves a little more than 75, so I'd love to hear from the other judges.
Thanks, Mandarin. Jackie, you're down at the other end there?
I scored it at 67. The reason being is because it just felt like there was a lot of things brought into here that weren't really translating into a strong communication. The figure with the hair, is she upside down? But it doesn't sort of look like naturally upside down. It's a strangeness that's been sort of plastered in there. Sorry to use that word, but they weren't coming together. The expression on the face, well, I can't really see it because it's got a mask, and that's the main message is the mask. But why the mask is blue and the butterflies up there connected, I got distracted by the whites being burnt out or dulled down at the bottom. It's like a burnt out look. So there were some those sort of technical issues, and then my quandary about the story, and I was happy to come up with some enlightening of that, and perhaps there's something gloomy going on in the background that I need to engage with. Is there a little bit of red there? I'm not sure. But,
Thanks, Jackie.
yep.
I might like to hear from someone normally in the middle. Maybe, yeah, thank you very much. Chris.
was
Chris with a
waiting-
K.
Just waiting until you said mine. I think I agree with everything everyone said so far. Some of the stuff that I maybe struggled with was there's some real sharpness to the hair that isn't repeated in the shoulders, like where the transition of the shoulders to the background is quite soft, where the butterflies are really crisp as well. And that kind of, to me, that didn't hold together as well as it possibly could have. And I think I do struggle. There's a narrative about, lockdown and COVID and everything, but I haven't put the pieces together, and because of some of those technical things, that's kept me down. I'm on 74, so I was just shy of bronze.
Thank you very much, Chris. So I think we've got back to you, Mandarin. You've got a bit of work here.
Yeah, I know. And look, that's why I scored it what I did. I think the potential is there to go much higher, but there are some technical issues. And I guess with the narrative, you can read into it different things. I read into it that the butterflies being blue to match the mask is both a visual thing, but also it's sort of like, well, you're allowed to wear the mask and you're allowed to go to the supermarkets and all these other places, but really you don't have the freedom that you used to have. And that's the element of the little red butterfly who is actually free. That's the narrative that I gave it. And I think it's just a really interesting, surreal image, and I think it deserves a few extra points. I gave it silver. I'd love to see people come up.
Thank you, Mandarin. Judges, could we all rescore, please? Well, you've nudged it a couple of points there, Mandarin. We've got a very solid bronze at 77. Congratulations. Fantastic. Could we have the next print, please? We have a score of 78, which is a solid bronze award. Thank you very much. But we have a challenger. We've actually, I think, I was a bit naughty. I actually saw two boys put their hands up first, and now, count of three, who puts their hand up? Johan, you won.
She didn't count to three yet.
You've got to be quick. You've got to be quick. Thank you, Johan. We'll get you to challenge that. Thanks.
So whatever he says, plus. What a simple image. Oh, what a simple image. It's graphic. It's got this wonderful element that anchors you right in the third. And then fluttering off it is all these little birds and things. And you look for a pattern and you don't need to find one. It's just chaos along with time. And it doesn't need to be more complex than that. The photographer has chosen the right moment, 2 o'clock, to take this photograph, present it to us incredibly simply, lovely printing. Why isn't it a silver? It's only a couple of marks away.
Thank you very much, Johan. I'm just going to go further down to the other end. Maybe Jackie, would love to hear from you. Thank you.
Yep. And I'm happy to be talked up. But tell me, what is it about 10 past 12, or is it 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock. Okay. It's not dentist time or anything like that. No, that's 2:30. But so yeah, I was wanting more. I was wanting to find a pattern. I'm waiting for that pattern to come into those birds, and that just seeing the side of the building. Is that a decision, and why is that decision being made? And I was sitting down there a little bit low, but I'm prepared to keep listening.
Thank you, Jackie. Mandarin, thank you.
Firstly, I'd like to say beautiful presentation with the cropping and the use of the full mat. The tonality is superb, and I think I've discovered the story upon re-looking at it. It's like a minute or two past 2 o'clock, so you can imagine there might have been, you know, the chimes ring at 2 o'clock. The birds may have already been sitting on there. When the clock chimed 2, they flew off, because if you look up close at them, they're all flying back to land where they perhaps were sitting. So I'm definitely going up.
You've got some nodding heads there too, Mandarin. Thank you. Chris, were you happy or
Nothing to add. Everyone
nothing
said
to add? Yeah. Okay. So I think Johan, comes back to you, please. So don't put your scores in yet, please. Judges, we'll just hear from Johan first.
Okay. What a beautiful balance of chaos and simplicity. Yeah. Silver.
Boom. Okay. Thank you. Let's judges rescore, please. Johan, someone's going to be loving you. We've got an 82 at a silver. Congratulations. Thank you very much. We will accept that. We are going to have, could we have a blank screen, please, out the back? Thank you very much. We're going to have a bit of a judge change. What I'm going to do is Chris and Mandarin will give you guys a bit of a break. Thank you very much. You've done a great job there. Amber and Tim, if we could bring you both in. That's Amber Griffin and Tim Lomax. Thank you. So for the students on, if they're not here live, we have judging at the moment Tim Lomax, Jackie Rankin, Phil Yeo. Do I say Yo? Yo. Okay, Phil Yo, Johan Van Kaan and Amber Griffin judging. And sponsored by CR Kennedy. So to get the new judges to be logging in there. And you all good to go, are you? Yep, thank you very much. Could we have the next print? Who are we waiting for here? I'm just trying to look. Oh, yeah. Yes. Here we go. We have a score of 75. That is a bronze award. Thank you very much. If we'd love to hear from maybe Phil, we haven't heard you for a while. Thank you.
Just feedback here. Lots of questions. Perhaps the story's not. I'm still asking questions about it. It's a lovely image. It's well presented. Everything's great in that respect. Just probably want a little bit more clarity in the story personally.
Okay. Thank you so much, Phil. Appreciate that. Could we have the next print? we have a score of 73, which is a professional standard. Thank you very much. We'll accept that. Could I hear from, so would anyone like to give a critique to the photographer as to how to bring that up a bit higher into the award range? Thank you, Jackie.
Yeah, I just think some maybe a luminosity coming through the foliage to give us more of that emotive impact. Yes, we can see a little figure right down the end. It is so tiny, and maybe that little bit more separation in those, that shape would be good.
Oh, brilliant. Appreciate that. Thank you, Jackie. Much appreciated. We will get to the next print. Up there, please. Thank you. We have a score. We've got to get it in. We've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Thank you, and we'll accept that. And I'd love to hear from Johan. Thank you.
What a gorgeous image, lovely story that's coming through with the almost like envy. The cat's the little gem, but just printed a little bit muddy. If only it was a bit brighter.
Okay, thank you, Johan. Thank you very much for that critique. We will pop into the next print, please. We have got a score of 75. That is a bronze award. Congratulations. We'll accept that. And I might pick on... Jackie, you leaned forward. Oh. I pick on you, sorry, Jackie.
Yeah, it was quite a brave thing to have the white eyes of the owl, and I think perhaps if there was a little something in that expression or in the depth of the eyes, because that's what we look at, I think it would have elevated this print.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Jackie. Could we please have the next print? We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. There'll be a student jumping up and down somewhere with excitement. Could we hear from Phil? You've been looking at me. Thank you, Phil.
A brave image, assuming this was a single shot. I don't think I would have had those wheels spinning behind the bride like that in case of accident. But yeah, it's a great image. Perhaps to elevate it, just a bit more awareness of the tones throughout the image.
Okay, thank you so much, Phil. Really appreciate that. Could we please have the next? Oh, actually, sorry. I might just have a blank screen, please. We're going to have a little bit of a judge change. Phil and Johan, we'll give you a bit of a break. Thank you very much for your hard work. You've done a bit of a longer session there. Thank you very much. Kay Davis and Tania Niwa, could we pop you both up there, please? Thank you. So we're currently judging the student category, proudly sponsored by CR Kennedy.
Did you want the seat?
And is it just Tania to go? Cool, okay. You're good there, Tim?
Yeah, we're just swapping.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, cool. Thank you. So you're logged in, eh? Great. Okay, could we have the next print, please? So just waiting for one more, I think, Tania there. Here we go. Lovely, thanks, Tania. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Thank you. We'll accept that. And who would like to talk to the photographer? Kay, thank you.
I think it's a nicely put together image. I think what is lacking from me is what is the subject looking at. She's curious about something, but we have no indication of what that might be. And I think some sort of communication around that would help.
Brilliant. That's fantastic. Thank you very much, Kay. Appreciate those comments. Could we please have the next image, the next print, I should say? So it's got one more to go in, I think. Here we go. We have a score of 74, which is a professional standard. Thank you. It's quite consistent printing. Sorry, quite consistent scoring there. So that's a professional standard. And Tim, would you like to give a bit of critique there? Thank you.
Yep. Really cool twist on a classical, I guess, concept. Really like the posing. The lighting's quite nice. I think what held it back for me was maybe just a bit overcooked, a bit over-edited. If you stripped that back and kept it simple with the close and the edit, it would have been stronger.
Thank you very much, Tim. Sure, the appreciation will be there from the students as well from hearing that. Could we please have the next print? So we're currently in the student category, proudly sponsored by C.R. Kennedy on a balmy Thursday afternoon in Nelson. Oh. It'll just come up in a second. Oh, one moment. Yeah, sorry. Shall we just hit a black screen at the moment? Because that must have been for the previous one. Okay. Cool. Okay, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, we're all good.
Sorry, guys. We'll pop you. You're good to view. We'll sit down and score. That was my bad there. Right, we have oh my goodness, we have a silver award at 80. Congratulations. Much appreciated. Would love to hear from Jackie. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so there's a lovely three-dimensional quality to these lit fragments of maybe leaves or something like that that look like garments. So that when an image takes you in and out of different kinds of ways of seeing it and what you're looking at, it's a winner.
Thank you. And there's 3 other noddings going on there, so I think they all felt very similar to that. Thank you very much, Jackie. Could we please have the next print? Thank you. It's quite consistent scoring here. We have a score. Oh, I thought. Sorry, Tim just raised his hand to look at the crop value. We have a score of 72, which is a professional standard. Thank you very much. We will accept that. And Tim, yeah, Tim's quite keen to raise his hand.
This was a really cool image, and going up close, I loved all the textures of the background and the posing of the child. What threw it for me was the composition, and I felt like I was being pulled down to the right corner, but then because of the marks in the concrete are quite close to the frame, it feels like the composition's being pulled in 2 ways. And I was just putting my hand up then. I think if you cropped it as a square and just had one of those, it would have balanced that out.
Lovely. Thank you, Tim. I've seen a few judges holding their hands up for that cropping value as well, so that's obviously really good good advice there for the photographer. We'll accept that, and we'll have the next print too, please. So we're very thankful to our major sponsor of the NZIPP Iris Awards in 2022, which our major sponsor is Sony overall. Thank you to Sony for sponsoring this entire awards here. One more to go. Here we go. We have a score of 73, which is a professional standard. Thank you very much. Something to be happy with. And Yeah, we will accept that. Could we hear from maybe Tania? How do you? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, the expression works really well with the subject. Just the horizon line behind is quite dominant. The colour in it is beautiful, and the idea of the keyhole works really well. It's just, yeah, I think the background just doesn't. It takes away a little bit from the subject.
Okay, thank you very much. That's fantastic. We will have the next print, please. We have a score of 71, which is professional standard here. Thank you very much. Kay, I don't think you'd love to comment. Yeah, thank you very much. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks, Kay.
I think this is actually a delightful little image. It's well composed. I think what could bring it up further is to making sure that the eyes are sharp. We've got a bow in her hair, which is very sharp, but her eyes aren't. And potentially a little bit of lighting, maybe some little bit of reflective lighting underneath, just to lighten up her chin area.
Lovely. Thank you, Kay. A few nods there too, so that's great critique. Thank you very much, Kay. Could we have the next print? And thank you very much to our hard workers out the back. You're doing very well. We have a score of 78, which is a solid bronze award. And we have a challenge from Kay.
I think this is understated, this image. It's incredibly simple, but it's also powerful. It could have been cropped further in, but it hasn't. It's allowed us to breathe the whole image and envelope us in that sky, the beautiful tonality that's coming through in the sky. And the two central figures, the detail on the rocks and everything. This has actually been really well handled. And I've put it in 84 silver, and I feel it sits at a very high level of craft, skill and technique. Printing is beautiful, colour palette is beautiful, and just that simplicity of those two figures and the moon up above.
Thank you. Down the other.
Song, isn't it?
You can sing if you want. Jackie, could we hear you a bit lower down there?
Yes, I had it at 70 in that professional standard, and I agree with everything you said about the quality of the colours, and the simplicity. Yes, and maybe that's where I need to elevate my score a bit. But it was in the gestures of the figures that I was left a bit empty. There was so much potential there. Yeah, I just felt that they were just standing around, and instead of making it, you can do anything you like in this section. Having those figures, some sort of more animation, or some sort of, or one figure, a sense of loneliness. Why do they relate to that big background, and the moon and the sky? Those kind of things is what let me down.
Thank you, Jackie. And Tania?
Actually, pretty much what Jackie said. So,
Okay.
yeah. Other than that, I would have given it a really high a silver distinction. It's just the figures, that the emotion in the figures, or lack of.
Cool, thank you. Tim, love to hear your things.
Hello. I'm with Kay. I'm on 82 silver. I agree with everything that Kay said. It is simplistic beauty. And while I can see what Jackie's saying, that the couple aren't really engaging with each other, I kind of get a sense of wanderlust. They're this tiny speck in a grand scheme of landscape with this giant floating rock bajillions of miles away. And there's just something quite... I don't know, it gives you a moment to life, we're tiny, right? And I just think in terms of composition, I really love how the left and right corners of the darkness kind of triangle up to the moon and then you come down to the people. So I think it's a really beautifully handled print.
Thank you. Amber, did you want to add something? Thank you.
Yeah, just quickly. I agree with a lot of what you guys are saying. I was in the bronze range, and the reason that I couldn't go higher than that was because of there wasn't enough expression with the figures, but also there's I think it's chromatic aberration just on the horizon line above the rocks, and I just couldn't bring it up to silver because of that.
Okay, thank you very much. We've just got the judges having another quick look, and Kay, you've got your right to reply there. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll address a couple of things. I can't see any chromatic aberration above the rocks. I feel that the rocks are sitting beautifully on the sky. In terms of the stance of the figures, I'm looking at it from a distance, and I'm seeing it. This piece is just so peaceful and restful. I'm not worried because I'm enjoying it from a distance as opposed to getting up there and actually really seeing the details. It's been well seen and just a beautiful tonality in the sky. There's no banding or anything. It's been really well done. I'd encourage you to come up to silver.
Thank you, Kay. Judges, we'll get you to rescore, please. Just waiting on, I think, Kay.
Do I?
Oh, sorry,
It's
yeah,
not-
you
it-
have to
it-
re-add
it
your
didn't
same
actually-
score.
I pressed enter, but it didn't let me do it.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
So I've got to redo the whole thing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you. Kay, you've done really well. We've got it at a silver at 80. Thank you very much. Well done. Congratulations to the photographer. We will have the next print, please. We have a score of 71, which is a professional standard. Thank you very much. I think we'll be accepting that. And if we could hear from Kay. Thanks, Kay.
I think there's great potential in this image, but I feel just some refining. Her pose is very awkward, and I think all the elements, all the things that are happening, individual things that are happening in the background, there doesn't seem to be a connection between them all. So I think it's about pulling everything together to create a cohesive whole, and that's not quite happening.
Okay, thanks, Kay. There's a few ones nodding there too. Really appreciate that critique. Could we please have the next print? We have a silver at 82. Congratulations. Fantastic. Great award there. You're all within a reasonable few points of each other too. That's a solid silver award. And would anyone like to talk to the photographer? Oh, I think Tim just beat you there, Amber. No? Amber? Yeah, thank you very much.
I think this is absolutely delightful, and I love the tones within the image and the silhouette nature of all of those figures. They each have a lot of personality, and I think it's just really nicely done. A few things that you could have done the photographer could have done to elevate this image is the horizon line seems to be sort of duplicated in there, which I find a little bit distracting. I think the two edges could be cropped in just ever so slightly to get rid of those trunks on the side, and also the way I think of those four figures, the cat lets the other ones down, but other than that, it's a great idea, and keep going.
Fantastic. That's just so good. They'll be so happy to hear that from you too. Thank you very much. We'll accept that, and we will have the next print, please. Oh my goodness, you're faster than I am. Thank you, everyone. We've got a 73, which is a professional standard. Thank you very much. And Tim, we'd love to talk to the photographer. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations on a great professional image. I would just be careful of your rim light and the highlights peaking, and just try and get some catch light in the eyes, either with a reflector or something, just to make sure you don't lose the blacks in the pants and the jacket as well. So maybe just some separation between the subject and the background with some more light.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tim. You know, it's actually a real shame that the photographer may not be, because you've got your great gesturing going on, so that's where it's really good to be here
I'm
live.
moving my hand back and forward.
Thank you very much. No, that's great. Could we have a blank screen, please? We're just going to have a bit of a judge swap round. Jackie, we'll give you a bit of a break. Thank you very much. And Amber will give you a bit of a break as well. Thank you. And could we bring in Johan Van Kaan and Mandarin Montgomery, please? Thank you. And thank you, Amber. You're good to go. And then there's Mandarin, you're good to go?
Yep.
Brilliant. Could we have the next print, please? So we're currently judging the student category for those online who may have joined, which is proudly sponsored by CR Kennedy, and I'll do a little bit more description of what CR Kennedy is all about a little bit later when we're having a bit of a break. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Thank you. Congratulations to the photographer. It's reasonably consistent scoring there. Could we have... Oh, Johan, sorry. Either Johan or Kay, whoever is quick first to the mic. 1, 2, 3. You got to be quick. Oh, Johan, he's too keen, I tell you.
Very sensitive subject matter. Just be mindful of the angle of which you take the photographs. Coming down to eye level would be perhaps a stronger image in each case, and Not so sure about the vertical format. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. Really good critique. Appreciate that. We will accept that, and we will go to the next print, please. And thank you very much to the print handlers out the back. They're doing an absolute fantastic job. We have a score of 68. Thank you. And yeah, that's not within the 5. Yeah, so nothing can be challenged there at score 68. And Kay, yeah, if you'd like to talk to the photographer, thank you very much.
I think this again has an image that has good potential. The movement in here is really lovely in terms of that frozen motion, but I think the body itself is very static, so it doesn't actually follow through with what we're seeing in the air. And I think that would have actually, if the child was actually running and creating that sense of movement as well, it would have been a bit higher.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Kay. Much appreciated for that. Could we please have the next print? We have a 74, which is a good professional standard there. Thank you very much. That will be accepted. And Tania, I think you're keen to talk to...
Yeah, sure.
And some good critique there, please, Tania.
Yeah, I think it would have a stronger impact if we could actually see the eyes and profile of the subject. That there's hair covering her eyes, and it's quite distracting having a really dark area with patchiness on the left-hand side, and then it's very bright on the right-hand side. So it's just trying to maybe have more clarity of your message you're trying to convey.
Thank you, Tania. Thank you very much. Could we have the next print, please? We have a score of 72, and that has been accepted. Yep, great. Thank you. There was an opportunity, but I think you're all happy to accept that at 72. Yeah, thank you very much. Could I hear from Kay? Thank you, Kate.
Yeah. A nice, perspective of what we're being shown here. I think the girl in the right in the centre, which is pretty much the focal point. I almost want to see either her head down, sort of creating some sort of thing with her. Her hands are very, very awkward, or otherwise had her face pointing up, just so that we could find something a little bit more interesting in it. But I think they've created a nice dynamic graphic image.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Kay. That's fantastic. We will go to the next print, please. We have a score of 76, which is a solid bronze award. Thank you very much. We will accept that. Oh, are you challenging, Kay? You're challenging? Yeah. Lovely, thanks.
I've put this on 84. I find this really intriguing, and I want to know more about it. I know it's all about being plugged into technology and all that sort of thing. Well, that's what I'm seeing in it. There's a lot of things that really are pulled together to tell a story. I want to know a little bit more about it. Her expression has been well controlled and handled. The fact that you've got the two eyes is different. What is the meaning of the red? It's making me ask questions about it, and that's a really positive thing. So I want to know more. I might need to talk to a photographer sometime. But it's a strong, powerful image in many ways.
Thank you. Down the other end we've got Tania. Thank you.
I think there's absolutely initial impact and intrigue in what we're seeing. To get up closer, what could have helped it more is the detail around our camera right of the lips. It's a bit void of information there, which would have added. And I think when you squint at the image, you're seeing what is standing out the most. It's the chest, which kind of conflicts with the intrigue of the face. And then the whites in the eye, if they could, perhaps they're just on the right side is quite bright, and it's quite tightly cropped. So if there could have been a bit more space above and given a bit of breathing room, that could have helped as well.
Thanks, Tania. And maybe if you're roughly around the middle of that, Johan. Thank you.
Agree with everything that everybody's said so far, particularly on the lighting, because I think the lighting could have told some of the story as well, and having that broad light across the chest on the clearest part of it makes you... It destroys the story a little bit.
Thank you. And what was your score, sorry, Johan?
Sorry, I gave it a 75, though.
Thank you. No, thank you very much. Back to you, Kay.
The lighting on the chest is what draws our attention initially, apart from the fact that red is a visual colour that draws our attention. But the light on the chest draws our attention. We look at those elements that are on there, these attached technology cords and things like that, and then we're actually haven't given the opportunity to then wander around and explore what's in the rest of the image to try and understand what it is. The eye and the lips and that smear across the mouth, they're mirroring each other on opposite sides of the image. I don't mind the tight cropping. There's almost a claustrophobic feeling that's coming through from it, that we're getting from technology, that we're consumed by it. We don't have the opportunity to breathe, and that's the sort of, the expression, the mood I'm getting from this narrative. I'm not asking for a silver with distinction. I'm asking for a silver because I know there are flaws in there. So yeah, I encourage you to have another look.
Thank you, Kay. So judges, we'll get you to pop in your rescores there. And yeah, Kay, you'll just be popping your same score, and who are we waiting for? Tanya, I think. Oh, yep, you're in there, Tanya. Thank you. We've done really well. We have got to a 79. So 79 means the judges will have to choose whether they want to have this as a 79 or an 80. Where do I pop that in as the other review? Sorry. Thank you. So I'll just wait on a second. I'll just take a few minutes for it to catch up to you judges, and I'll let you know when it's going to go through. Yeah, you should be good to do 79 or 80 in your schools. And where are we? We have a silver at 80. Well done, Kay. Yes. Well done, Kay. The student will be jumping up and down somewhere. We don't know if they're in the room, so yeah, well done.
If they are, I'd love to know more about it.
Thank you. Could we please go to... Oh, actually, no, one moment. We will just have a blank screen. We're going to give the judges a little bit of a change. Kay, you've done really well. Thank you very much. Give you a bit of a break. And Tanya, we'll give you a bit of a off there for a bit as well. Thank you very much. Phil Yell and Chris Anderson, we'll pop you both in. Thank you very much.
You're right.
Oh, you're messing with my heads, boys. You are seriously messing with my heads. Here we go. Here we go. This little Dunedin girl's trying to catch up with these boys. Thank you.
Actually made properly.
Phil.
Right. Are you all logged in there?
Yes.
Yep. Good to go. Cool. Could we please have the next print? Currently judging the student category, proudly sponsored by C.R. Kennedy. We have a silver at 81. Well done. Very consistent scoring there too. And would anyone like to talk to the photographer? Thank you very much, Phil.
I connect with this personally on so many levels, and anyone who loves the beach, loves the water, will be similarly rewarded for this image. Perhaps a little bit more in the shadows, a little bit more of a pop of the person, but really lovely image.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Phil. Much appreciated. Could we go to the next print, please? We have a bronze at 75. Well done. Thank you very much. Well done to the photographer. That's good bronze there. I'd love to have someone to talk to the photographer who's keen on having a chat. Otherwise, I'm going to pick on somebody. You smiled, Chris. Sorry, you're in.
I don't know if you mean me or not. Congrats to the photographer. Something that I really liked about this image was that in the background there's the tiniest little bit of texture from those boards at the back, which was lovely. I think for me, maybe to elevate it, I'd love a little more breathing room around the left of the shoe. It's just a little tight to the left of the frame, but it's lovely and simple and beautiful, so well done.
Well done. Thank you very much, Chris. I just thought I'd just check with the judges as well. If you do feel that you want to, if you want to challenge something and you're in that challenge range, if you'd be quite definite with me, because if you just smile, I don't know if you're just wanting to accept it. So just be quite definite if you do. That'd be great. Thank you. Could we have the next print, please? We've made a bronze award at 75. Congratulations. And Johan, you would like to talk to the photographer. Thank you.
Great little story there. Just be mindful of when you're printing to have consistency. Some of the prints are a little bit darker than the others.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Johan. Could we have the next print, please? Oh, okay. Could we have a blank screen, please? Thank you. Print handlers, could we just double check, please, that the print is on the right orientation? Thank you. So for the benefit of everybody online, we just have to check that this is the right orientation to make sure we're judging it correctly as what the photographer would like and how it's being presented to us digitally. And you ready to go?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Could we have the print now, please? Thank you. We have a score of 72, which is at a professional standard. Thank you very much for that. There's a lot of nods there. Would any of the photographers like to talk to the entrant? Yep, thank you, Chris.
There's a wonderful symmetry at the top and the bottom of this that's quite enjoyable. I think something to watch for. It looks as though the subject has been blown out, especially in her chest and her arm and her cheek, and it's been recovered, so it's quite featureless. So just controlling the light on the subject and the shoe would help to add to this.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Chris. Much appreciated. Could we please have the next print? we have a score of 81. That is a solid silver. And does that mean you're challenging, or does that mean you're good? Pardon me? Yeah. Okay, we have a challenge from Tim Lomax.
Buckle up, we're going on a journey. I gave this 92 gold. A student printing this work at this level, and the atmosphere of the smoke from the car doing a burnout, and it frames the car perfectly. All the highlights are in the right places, the blacks are controlled well, the paper choice is amazing. It's got so much impact, and it's so well controlled to a high level of technical execution. I mean, that's an incredible... I'm not a car person, but that's an incredible car. Yeah, I'd love to just hear what other people are thinking.
Thank you. I'd like to hear from actually Phil or Mandarin. It would be great to hear from either of you two, please.
I was the complete opposite end of the spectrum, down at 73. I'm hearing you. I think it's a beautifully handled image and exquisitely printed. But for me, there's just the driver's kind of lost behind the window there on the side. I mean, I wouldn't want to cheese it out and have him hanging out the window, but just maybe a little bit of detail would have, and a little bit of an expression from him would have elevated the image to a certainly beyond the 73 where I'm at, but I'm listening to the rest of the conversation.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to hear, thanks, Mandarin, if you'd like to.
Exactly the same comments from me. I would have liked to have seen just a little bit of a hint of expression or slight, the driver slightly out the window, not hanging out the window, but I can't see him, and it would have given more text, context and story. Also, respectfully, I would have actually liked to have seen a little bit more detail in the highlights of the smoke, but I must say the photographer and the subject would have had a blast shooting this, so go and reshoot it and enjoy it.
Thank you. Because we're talking gold, and we've talked to the two lowest, I wouldn't mind hearing from someone else as well. So I'd actually like to pick on either Johan or you, Chris. Thank you.
So I think everyone said mostly the stuff that I had, highlights of the smoke, driver not being visible, but the control of the blacks was really beautiful. It almost looked like a sketch from a distance, and so when you come up close and you can see all that detail, it's wonderful. I'm on 83. I'm probably going to come up to a silver distinction, but you got some work to do to get me to gold.
Thank you. And we will now come back to Tim. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for the conversation, guys. Yeah, I think we're putting too much emphasis on seeing the driver. The character is the car. It's this classic muscle car, I hope. If I got that wrong, I'm sorry. But it kind of gives me... wasn't there a movie in the 80s where it was like a killer car or something? I don't know. There's so much character in that car. And the composition, the way the lines go back, like it's sexy. And I'm not a car person. Definitely think it's at least a silver distinction for handling of the tones, the printing, the paper choice. It's a really magnificent image.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for that, Tim. And I'll just get the judge score, but I think I might have just been a bit slow with pushing the challenge button, so just bear with me for a few more seconds, just waiting for it to roll around. That was my bad. And I'll just go to Tim, and you'll be able to pop your scores in, hopefully now. Still not? Okay, just hold on a second. It's starting to arrive. So, Tim, you'll have to put your same score in, which was 92. Tim, you've nudged it 3 points to 84. That's very solid silver. Well done. Congratulations. We will accept that. Well done, guys. Could I have the next print, please? we have a solid bronze award at 77. Congratulations. There's a few nods there. Thank you very much. We'll accept that and would love to hear from you. Johan, thank you.
Okay, what a great idea for photographing generational imagery. I wish, though, the photographer had not used the vertical curtains in the background. The vertical lines are quite strong and take away from the romanticism of the image.
Right, thank you very much. Thanks very much, Johan. Could we have a blank screen, please? Hey, Tim, we're going to give you a bit of a break. Thank you very much. You've done really well. Jackie Rankin, we'll pop you in Tim's place. Thank you. And Amber Griffin, we'll bring you up here and we're going to give Johan a bit of a break as well. Thank you very much for your judging there, Johan. So we're currently judging the student category, kindly sponsored by C.R. Kennedy here in Nelson. And are you the judges who are logged in there? Well done, brilliant, thank you. Could we have the next print, please?
I'm in the wrong spot, sorry.
You're going to score that? Otherwise unscore it.
Oh, how do I go back? Do you know just... Oh, okay.
Can you change the score of this one?
Change the score.
Or delete it?
So which one's that? That is Mandarins.
Yep.
Hang on a second. Oh, here we go. Unlock scores. Right. Just give us a second. It takes a bit. Try going now. The Mandarin.
Yeah, thank you.
You good?
Thank you, yep.
No worries. Cool. Thank you. So we have a score of 72, which is a professional standard. And thank you very much. That's a professional standard. Could I hear, for Mandarin, thank you.
I would absolutely encourage the photographer, if you haven't already, have a look at some of Man Ray's work and look at the old work of the old photographers that did solarisation, because it's an interesting technique, and I think it's worth pursuing, but there's a few elements, composition and angles of faces that are a little bit awkward, and there's a lot of sort of empty space that is not really connecting the two elements.
Right. Thank you very much, Mandarin. That's great advice there and critique. Could we have the next print, please? We have a score of 73, which is a good professional practice here. Thank you very much. We will accept that. And Jackie, would you like to talk to the photographer? Thanks.
I think this could have scored higher if the feet weren't touching the edge of the frame and the black shoes are merging with the shapes on the left and right, and that the subject possibly could have been a little bit more natural, but the lighting and print quality is beautiful.
Thank you. We'll take that on. Thank you very much, Jackie. Could we have the next print, please? We've got a 75, which is a bronze award. Thank you. And I wouldn't mind hearing from you. No one's looking at me. Mandarin, you'd love to talk to the photographer. Thank you.
This subject melts my heart, having two little four-legged kids myself. I would say points of improvement, even though the eyes are always should always be sharp in the focus, I would have actually loved to see the little nose in focus as well, to really complete the composition. Also, you've got to be quite careful, I think, of using vignettes that can add a bit of a cliche element, and I'm not sure if I'm enjoying the paler vignette around the image.
Thanks, Mandarin. There's a few nods there, so I think a few other photographers felt the same way about the vignette comment. Thank you very much. Could we have the next print, please? We have a score of 72, which is a professional practice, and we've got a challenge from Phil. And could you tell us what your score is too, please, Phil?
I scored this 80. I just enjoy the visual communication, the DJ, I believe, playing at his decks, the movement, the fact that it's in a kitchen instead of in a club, you know, there's a dream element to it. Compositionally, the frame, we've got the dark holding us in on the right, we've got the bright green pulling us in, that kind of seems to connect with the hair in some way, keeps us moving around the image, spinning like the, well, CDs, decks, whatever they are nowadays, the MP3s, but yeah, I really enjoy it.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Phil. I'd like to hear from someone further at the bottom end of the scale, maybe Jackie or Mandarin, maybe. Thanks. And could you give us your scores too, please?
Yeah, I scored 68. I felt the DJ, I felt the music, but I was really disappointed with that background. The idea was good. Why not? That would have elevated it much further. The background is even disturbing. That maybe the hydrant at the top on the roof looks a bit like a blotch on the sensor. So that was those things that were pulling me back, and that the green on the left has lost all its form and structure. So that was just those technical things brought me down.
Thanks, Jackie. I'd love to hear from you too, Amber. You're middle of the road there. You're keen to speak
So
to?
I scored this a 74, and while I do really enjoy the energy of the excuse me, of the photograph, I think with long exposure photography, it's really important that your subjects don't look monstrous. And one way that often happens is with movement of the head, kind of creating all sorts of strange facial shapes. So maybe in future work, if the photographer pays a little bit more attention to that. But good attempt, and keep trying.
Thank you very much, Amber. And back to you, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, totally agree with all the points I've heard. I think we're on the verge of pushing it into bronze. I'm happy where I'm at, but yeah, we could creep it up to a bronze just to recognise that it's a good exploration of a technique.
Thank you very much. So, Phil, you just keep your same score going in there, and we'll see what we've got. Just got one more going in, which would be Phil. Here we go. Phil, you nudged it 2 points. That's good professional practice there. Thank you very much. We will accept that. And all points do actually count. So that's still great talking. Thank you. Could we have the next print, please? We have a very solid bronze award at 78. That's solid bronze, thank you very much. That's been accepted, and we would love to hear from Mandarin. Thank you.
So this might be a bit controversial, but I would actually crop out that smaller figure on the right. I think the tonality of the face of the main subject is really cool. So perhaps crop it as a square. I would also suggest, being a little OCD with something like this, that I would just straighten it up so that those pink horizontal lines are actually horizontal. So it gives it that more of an element of cyberspace where everything is, black or white, not converging, if
Thank
that makes
you
sense.
very much. Could we have the next print? We have a score of 83. That is an extremely solid silver. Thank you very much. We'll accept that. Could we hear from, thanks Chris.
Good job to the photographer. It's lovely, and the little building in there as a little cookie that you find is wonderful. For me, I probably would have gone higher if there's like a little bit more cropped off the top, just to make those clouds infinite, and it starts to get a little bit gray at the bottom as though it's been burned in. If not for that, I definitely would have gone higher, but congratulations.
Fantastic, thank you. No, solid silver, it's fantastic. Great, so we will go to the next print, please. So we're currently in the student category, sponsored by CR Kennedy. We have a bronze award at 77. Thank you. And we have a challenge from Jackie Rankin.
Yeah, I went over that board into 80s here, but that's kind of sort of reality of it. It is, a kind of clunky, cut out sort of nature and the flatness of the roses, but in a way that it has an authenticity to it that talks something about the photographer and their bias or their loves and a friend who's proposing for them, and the pose is not perfect, and there's nothing about perfectness here. It's more about authenticity, and I think there's some kind of truth in here. The way the roses sort of look out at you. She connected with me. 82.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Amber, if you could let us know your score.
Yeah, sure. So I was on 73, and I think that I just really appreciate what you said about the authenticity of the image, Jackie. But I can't get over the hump neck pose, and I think that it's really important. And an image like this feels quite fashiony to me, and I think it's really important to pose your subjects as elegantly as you possibly can. And there's just a few little tweaks that the photographer could have suggested to the model to kind of take that hump out of her neck.
Thank you, Amber. And Mandarin, thank you.
What everyone else said, absolutely. If there was a bit more chiaroscuro in the roses as well, because they look so flat, unfortunately, and I understand where Jackie's coming from. With that cutout look, it might be quite deliberate, but I find that along with the lighting, if the lighting was brought around more to the front of her face, so more side light, it would have got rid of that crease in the neck, which I find so distracting as well, and also perhaps crop the top off, because I'm not sure if that's adding anything to the image.
Right, thank you, Mandarin. Jackie, back to you.
Yeah, well said, everyone. You know, I still really appreciate that sense of this is a friend here, and it's the imperfection, those imperfections that I think make it communicate to me. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jackie. We'll get all the judges to rescore. So we're just waiting for the same score to go in from you, Jackie. Thank you. That's great. We've actually kept it 77, but good batting. Jackie, well done. Thank you. Solid bronze award. Well done. Could we have the next print, please? We have a score of 72. That is a professional practice. Thank you very much. We'll accept that. Oh, actually, no, we won't accept that. Oh, actually, I think we have to, because it's only 3 away. Okay. All right. Sorry, Phil, I made a mistake there. Oh, if you want to challenge it, you can.
I'm happy with
You're
that.
happy with that? Cool. Okay. We will pop that as a professional practice.
I can
Thank
comment,
you very
though.
much. Yeah, would love you
As
to.
I
Thank
obviously
you.
enjoyed it a touch more. I think yeah, it's a beautiful image. It's got an ethereal quality. To elevate it, that look is into nothing. I mean, maybe if it was looking at a butterfly or looking to the light, we just find a little bit more of a circular composition to keep us intrigued. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks very much, Phil. Really appreciate it. Could we have a blank screen, please? Kay, I'm going to bring you back in if I could. Mandarin, we'll give you a bit of a break. Thank you. You're good to go there, Kay? Thank you very much. Could we have the next print, please? We have a score that's quite consistent across the board here. We have a score of 70. It's just got into professional practice. Thank you very much. We will accept that. And Jackie would love to talk to the photographer. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's got potential. This like a cross processing, the colours reversing, but the horizon appears to be, to my eye, a bit crooked, and that would have helped it a lot.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Much appreciated. Could we have the next print, please? we've got quite consistent scoring across here. We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Thank you very much. We have a challenge though from Kay Davis.
Yeah, I've just pushed this into the silver range on 83 because I think the photographers actually brought an element of themselves to how they've captured the image. It's so simple, and yet it's not entirely always easy to do. So I think the photographer has done very well to achieve what they have. The colour palette works really well. Just the linear elements, the simplicity works really well. So I would actually encourage you to bring it into silver.
Thank you, Kay. Could we hear maybe another score that's been going on, Phil, and your score too? Thank you.
Yeah, I scored this at 75, just into bronze. It's a lovely kind of Mondrian-esque kind of compositional study, but it kind of stops there for me. It's very well presented graphically, and the print's lovely. Definitely worthy of a bronze, but I'm still listening.
Thank you, Phil. And I might just hear from someone who's in the middle. Chris, thank you.
Agree with what everyone said so far, and the composition is really striking. I find the lamp should be the hero of this image, and after a minute I stopped seeing it. I really just see that the splash of kind of red at the top left, and I stopped seeing the texture in the lamp. I wish there was more for my eye to grab onto so I could rest there for longer, and then I would go higher. I was on 77.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Chris. So back to you, Kay.
Yeah, for me it's all about the shapes, and I think they work really well together. The rectangular shapes and the triangular shapes. I'm not too worried about the detail. For me, I'm actually enjoying it further away, where I am literally just exploring the shapes that are in the image, as opposed to the texture and everything that may or may not be there. So yeah, I encourage you to come up to silver.
Right, thank you, Kay. So judges, could you all please rescore? Aha, you've bumped at a point. We all know what that means, from 78 to 79. So it's the review, isn't it? So what we're going to do is we will get the judges, please, to put either 79 if they feel it's a bronze, or pop 80 if they feel it is a silver. And where are we? We are sticking at 79, which is amazing bronze. Congratulations. Well done. Thank you very much. Could we please have the next print? We have a 77. That is a solid bronze award. Well done. Well done. Very, very close scoring as well. And Chris, were you keen to talk to the photographer? Thank you.
Yes, please. Lovely image, so well done. A couple of things maybe to look out for. One is probably a little better tonal control. So there's some pretty bright patches at the back, and in the folds of under the elbow, it looks like it's been brought up from a gray. I'd also look at the deep etching or the cutouts. There's like a fuzziness around the top of the head that I think if that was controlled and it felt more real, then this would have much more impact.
Thank you. I'll take that on board. Thank you very much, Chris. Could we have the next print, please? We have a really, really quite very, very close scoring here. We have a really good, solid silver at 83. Congratulations to the photographer. And who would like to talk to the photographer? Jackie, thank you.
I scored at 82, and I think, you know, it's something about the right technique applied to the right subject that just has a power of its own, and that's where this has come together into the silver. Yeah,
Thank you
that's
very
the only
much.
type.
Yeah, so yeah, everyone's nodding, so that's great. Thank you very much. Could we please have the next print? Thank you. We have a bronze award at 75. Thank you very much. We'll accept that, and I'd love to hear from a photographer one of the judges who'd like to talk to the photographer about the image and if they could have maybe, what they could improve on maybe and what they enjoy about it. Thank you, Chris.
So good job keeping the face nicely crisp with all the motion and the lights. I think I would have gone higher if there was more. I want more movement. I want more light streaks dragging through the image just to go over the top a little bit. I think that would have had tons more impact and would have brought us higher.
Great. Thank you very much, Chris. Much appreciated. Could we have the next print, please? So those online, we're currently viewing the judging of the student category, proudly sponsored by CR Kennedy. We've got some amazing workers at the back on the print handling. They're doing really well because they've got a big day here. We have a score of 70, which has gone into professional practice. Thank you very much. The scores are very similar. Could I have? Yeah, thanks, Kate. If you'd like to talk to the photographer there.
Yeah, there's a nice series in this it's a nice set of series of images. I think just a little bit more control over the posing and the expression would help a lot, and also just bringing in a little bit of detail in the blacks.
Thank you very much, Kay. That's fantastic. That was one more. Okay, sorry. I will get the next print going through, please. Thank you. Next print, sorry. Sorry, my bad there.
And we have all scores in, and we have an average of 73, which puts that at professional standard. And we'll accept that. Cool. Can we hear anyone? Kay? Yep.
There's some nice lineal structures within the image on the left-hand side, but my eye's been taken away to the right-hand side where it's quite dark and heavy and empty. So to me, the interest is actually sitting towards the left-hand side of the image. So maybe explore the cropping of this one.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, everybody. That was the last print image. So we will take 2 minutes to swap over to the digital entries. So judges, if you want to stretch your legs, if you want to go to the toilet, run quickly, because we'll be back on in 2 minutes. There is a total of 114 and we've done 56. So we're halfway. If we carry on like this, we'll be finishing roughly around 6:30, which is bang on time. So good work, judges, so far. And for everybody listening online, we are just doing the swap over between digitals and prints, or prints and digitals, and we are in the student category sponsored by CR Kennedy. Now, not for the students. Don't forget that from 3 p.m. each judging day, there is an on-site bar in the foyer area where you can buy drinks and celebrate your awards with your friends. But not for the students.
What about the judges?
The judges after judging. Maybe before, but not during. Okay, are you guys nearly... We're good. So we're going to swap judges now. Can we have Tanya on? Can we have Tim on? Johannes and... Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Tanya's not in the room. Okay. We won't have Tanya. So I've got Johannes, Tim. We'll keep with Kay, Jackie and Amber. So Chris and Phil coming off. Cool.
I hate it.
64.
Is there a bit of overexposure in the corner?
Yeah.
No, I mean of the apple symbol.
No, you're all good.
Oh, you've gone and short us.
They're actually placed quite nicely, actually. There's 3 horizontal lines.
Do you need a toilet stop or anything? Okay.
Bloody apple. I get it every time.
So we're still online, aren't we?
Yep.
Right.
Hang on.
While we're waiting, I'll just do a little bit of a description category about CR Kennedy. I'll just check first with Ian though. Would you prefer me to go straight into the print judging, Ian?
Is there any chance of a clean screen?
We've got a cloth to wipe the front of the screen, please. And lights are off.
That change. That helps.
While we're cleaning the screen, I'm just going to read the last paragraph of what CR Kennedy's got here, because it's more condensed here. It talks about CR Kennedy in New Zealand Limited is one of New Zealand's most forefront photographic video, photographic, CCTV, survey, medical importers and distributors. So it's very broad. The company is divided into 4 main divisions with CR Kennedy. There's the photo imaging, medical, survey and surveillance. So CR Kennedy New Zealand Limited is based in Auckland. They offer full representation through New Zealand, and in conjunction with our sister company, CR Kennedy and Company in Australia, they offer Australasian distribution and representation. And from the weekend, you can visit the team at CRK and Ilford Trade Stand on Saturday and come find out more about CR Kennedy with Gerard, Mark and Rachel. And we'll just see how we go with the judges here. Are you all ready to go? They are keen as mustard. They're ready to rock and roll. Okay, we've got the next image up. And yeah, go for gold, judges. Thank you. These judges are keen. We have got a score. We have got a score of 75, and it's going to be like 1, 2, 3. Actually, one moment. I've just marked this up. Where is Johan's? I've marked something
Oh,
up.
that's my bad.
Who have
Sorry.
you logged in as, Johan?
Yeah.
I'm Chris. Sorry. my
So
bad.
if you just hit, if we hit, scroll, hang on a second, Johan, if we scroll down and unlock the scores,
Oh, hang on. Scroll down here.
you just unlock the scores.
Oh, sorry.
And if you now change score, you can then re-log in.
Yep. And
And with
then
your
put in
same score.
cool. There we go. Five scores
I thought it was going
have already
cross-eyed at the moment.
been- It won't. It's saying 5 scores have already been entered. Sorry.
Can you take
No, you
Chris's out?
need to log in as a different person.
He
Yes, I
has-
have.
So you logged in.
So,
Sorry.
so yeah, submit, and we get that.
So for those online, we're just unlogging and logging on back on.
Sorry, my bad.
The scores will be staying the same. And we still need, we need Johan's
It won't
name.
let me.
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry.
okay.
Shall I go back to being Chris?
Yeah, we could have you as Chris, but it'd be quite good to
Yeah.
have you.
Unlock again.
Yep, hang on. Unlock. Just go now, see how you get on.
Oh yeah, try that.
You on there? You in?
Just keep as Chris for this one, maybe.
Okay, well, yep. Okay, thanks very much.
Go, you log back in.
So, Johan, you put your hand up really fast to challenge this. Could you give us your score?
Cool. I gave him 87. I just want to just check something. So do I now go back to being Chris? Or?
Yes, you're going to have to, so you can re-enter the...
All good. All good. Okay. I really love this image. I think it's amazing, and there is only one reason why I don't give it a gold, and that's that one little bit of dirt in the bottom in the middle. Otherwise, there would be no question whatsoever. It's swirly, it's confusing, it's convoluted, it's textured, it's soft, it's sharp, it's all these things, and you just follow it around and get lost inside there. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Johan. Jackie, if you could give us your score and what you think.
Yeah, I scored at 65, and it was the really out of focus yellow brightness of that fond that's close to the camera that has destroyed the composition and I feel I'm not getting the intent of the photographer. Your message, all those things are in the background there, but that one frondo I feel needed to have been taken out before the image was made. That's what's pulled me back.
Yeah, thank you. I might get someone roughly in the middle here, either maybe Kay or Tim at the moment. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm a little bit in line with what Jackie said. I find that some of the elements on the peripheral edge of the image, pretty much all the way around, are quite distracting. And yet in the middle there is a beautiful flow and ebbing and flowing through the out of focus areas, which is actually quite lovely. So I would have potentially paid a little bit more attention to all those elements and that little bit of dirt or whatever it is on the petal leaf.
Right, thank you, Kay. And Amber, thank you. If you could let us know what your score was as well.
Certainly. So, Johan, I was right up there with you at 87. I think that this is a delicious image, and it makes me want to turn into a honeybee and just go and crawl around on all of the beautiful little textures and tiny little hairs, and I think the intricate details of the parts of the image that are in focus are just so mesmerising. The part that's out of focus just really doesn't bother me at all. It just kind of pushes my attention to the little tips and things that are in focus, and I think it's really deserving of a silver distinction. The little bit of dirt, I kind of don't mind because it's just very authentic. So come on, guys, come up.
Thank you. And back to you, Johan.
I love that you have the opportunity to drift past these elements of focus, soft focus, and find these crunchy details in through the center and through the sides, along the leaves or petals. And it's just such a conglomeration of twists and turns, in and out, ebb and flow. And then I'm growing to like that bit of dirt too, because it gives you something to focus on that doesn't belong even. And it's quite strong for that. I'm just asking for a rise in your scores, please. I gave it an 87.
Thank you very much, Johan. So, judges, we will get you to rescore. Amber and Johan, you've both really done it well there. You've got it up to 82. Well done. That's a really good solid silver. Congratulations. Yeah, well done. That's good teamwork there. And just a note to the judges, if you want to challenge, you're going to have to be so quick if Johan's around. He is a fast man here. Here we go. Right, could we have the next image, please?
Hang on, let me just fix this up.
I've got 2 buttons to push now.
Where's that? What's it?
Push this one and this one.
Ah, okay.
And are you logging in?
Yes.
Sweet.
I've got the mighty Chris Halliwell beside me that's keeping us all on our toes. He's doing better than all of us. We have a score of 74, which is a professional practice. Thank you very much. It's just it's within 3 points, so.
That's a different.
Yeah, you can
Yep.
challenge if you want to.
Okay, I'm going to
You can? Okay. So we've got Amber challenging.
Okay. I gave this image 77, and I think that it does deserve a bronze award because of the beautiful tonality of the image. I know that it needs, I think that it needs to have the crop considered, probably on both sides. I think it would be more impactful if there was less of the negative space on the right-hand side. But he's just a gorgeous little creature that I want to go and pat, and the tonality is really autumnal and beautiful, and I think that it deserves a bronze.
Thank you. I might just first, Kay, you're on 74, you're about the same. Now, Tim, you're actually at the lowest at the moment, so I might just get you to talk first and then we'll go to Kay. Thanks.
Yeah, I gave this a 73 professional standard. For the reasons you explained, it is a really cute portrait of this dog. However, you did mention the crop, and I really think the out of focus on the bottom right corner just keeps tugging when you're trying to go to that dog. And I don't know if I can move past that. Also, I would have liked to see more of the bench, and so you could get some more context to the place, as opposed to just leaves and dog.
Thank you. And are you still keen to talk, Kay?
Yeah, just I agree with what Tim's just mentioned, but also I feel that the gaze, the direction of the gaze of the dog is just leading me right out of that image all the time, up to the highlights and out of the image. I would have loved to have seen the whole face of the dog in terms of in the camera direction, just to create that more interest and more engagement.
Thank you so much, Kay. Much appreciated. So we'll come back to you, Amber.
Sure. I think that I challenged this for the photographer's benefit, because I do actually wholeheartedly agree with everything that you guys have said, but I think that it's beneficial for the photographer to have had some discussion. So, yeah.
Cool.
Score as you will.
Thank you. So if you keep your same score in there,
Sure.
Amber, thank you. Thank you. We've kept it 74, but you've tried to do your best, Amber, and some student will be giving you a thank you at some stage too. You've done your best, thank you. So we'll accept that. That was a good professional practice, and we'll go to the next image, please. got one more. Who are we missing? I think it's, oh no, here we go. We have a 74, which is a good professional practice. Thank you very much. We'll accept that. Oh, I thought you were nodding as you're accepting that, Johan. So, well,
Sorry,
Johan
give me the
is
hand.
challenging. Yeah. If you could, that'd be good. Thank you very much. So, Johan is challenging.
Okay. You know, not asking for moonbeams. I went to 78. What a beautiful image of a kid. You know, like it's wobbly, it's ornate. You know, it's a different perspective. I would have gone higher if the bottom had been a little darker, because your eye does tend to go down there. I wondered about cropping out the feet, but then I felt you couldn't crop out the feet without actually jeopardizing the rest of the image. So if just that part of the image had been a little bit darker and the top a little bit brighter, I think it would have been even into the silvers there. So I just gave it a 78. I'm just asking for judges to give it a bit of a nudge, bring it up a bit.
Thank
Get
you.
a nice little bronze out of that.
So I'd love to hear from maybe either Kay or Jackie. I'm gonna go.
I actually really enjoy the rippling effect of the subject, because I think it actually creates an interesting dynamic to the portrait. For me, I guess in the student category, the students have the benefit of I guess getting feedback from lecturers, tutors, in terms of how they can improve some of the work. And I feel that this is a little bit raw and that hasn't happened, which is a shame. There's a few little elements I think they could have just cloned out. The little shells are a little bit distracting, because you've got that nice softness of the water coming through at the top part, and then all of a sudden you have these little elements that are quite sharp in the image to focus on, which take your eye away from the main focus.
Okay, thank you. So I might just go to a bit of a middle ground, maybe either Tim or Amber, before we head back to Johan. Thanks, Tim.
Yeah. I give this a 74 professional standard. I was right on the cusp of bronze, and I really want to go there. It kind of gives Banksy energy. I don't know. There's just something statuesque about this image, and I really do love it for all the reasons you do, Johan. But I do feel like potentially the crop is letting it down, and also if we swapped the editing, so as opposed to the feet being the bright spot, if that edit was applied to the top half and then the darker on the feet, I think that would have helped with the flow a bit more. But I'm happy to listen.
Okay, thank you. And Amber, thanks.
I totally hear what you guys are saying. I scored this a 76, and I just think that the perspective is so interesting and really visually confusing initially that I just think it really does deserve to go into the bronze.
Thank you. And back to you, Johan.
I appreciate that the photographer has left us enough visual clues to make sense of what otherwise could be a very confusing image. And for that, I am also rewarding it by giving it a bronze. And again, as I say, it's not a silver or a gold, it's a bronze for a very interesting perspective, something that gives us a different story. Yeah. So, yeah, just a nudge. We're cusping. Come on, you can do it.
Thanks, Johan. So, judges, if you could rescore, please. That talking raised at 2 points to a solid bronze at 76. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Johan, for doing that. We've accepted that. And could we please go to the next image? So for the benefit of everyone online, we are now watching the digital entries from the students that have entered. The category is proudly sponsored by CR Kennedy. Thank you. We have a score of 75, which is a solid bronze award, and we have got Johan at the gun, absolutely at the gun. Like, I feel really sorry for all the other judges here. 'Cause
No.
they have to be really, really quick if they want to challenge. Go for it, Johan.
They're all safe.
No, they're not.
I gave this a silver because the photographer rewarded me with a few things, a couple of little Easter eggs that I thought were quite clever. I mean, it's not a technique that's unique and unseen, but it's very well handled. The fact that the photographed arrow points to a graphical arrow that's been left in the image, created by the cropping of the other images, I think is very clever, very well thought out, and shows good consideration. And the same goes for the reflection or the graphical representation of a traffic light next to the traffic light. It's cryptic, but it's clever, and it just made me think that little bit more. It took me away from just being obvious. The different representations of the tiles in a tiled image, very clever again. Lots of different things that come in to make a story that in other cases could have been just a scattering of images, but it's a thoughtful one, and I want to reward the photographer for their intent.
Thank you, Johan. And Tim, if you could give us your score and a few comments too, thanks.
Are you sure I shouldn't be scared? I gave it a 69 professional standard. I do appreciate it for the technique. I think there was just a few things for me. The varying degrees on the right side are more blue toned compared to the greys on the left, and also I'm kind of looking for a focal point in the madness. I can appreciate the Easter eggs you've pointed out, and I do really like how the photographer has started us off with their shoes. But I'm just wondering if maybe black and white would have been better, or a different time of day. There's just something that's not there, but I'm listening.
Thank you. And Kay, you'd like to?
Yeah, I mean, this is a well-known technique by David Hockney, that David Hockney created. For me, what I was looking for was a subject that was actually heading towards the camera. All of the elements, all the subjects in the frame are heading away from the camera, so I'm missing some element of engagement. And in terms of Tim's comment, the tonality changes in, for instance, the sky suggest it may have been shot, different elements may have been shot at a different time of day, who knows. And I think maybe the elements on the left-hand side, the three tiles, I think almost they're dragging your eye out of what is actually a really, really interesting scene within the centre, where your eye is drawn up through that arrow and looking at all the elements within the frame as such.
Thank you very much, Kay. So yeah, back at you, Johan. I think.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So the differences in the printing of each, in the tonality of each, let's call them frame within the frames, is what allows our eyes to reconstruct the images in our head, and it allows us to excuse it creates a different an element of interest for us and perplexity, and being perplexed is actually a really strong element in photography, where you start asking questions. The chaos of the three fallen tile images stop you from just looking at the shape of the single image, which would be, I don't know what that shape is, and then it doesn't become it loses its relevance because those three images are random, so you can look at it in a random sense. I like the way we're led through into a scene and not specifically a specific element or a person or anything like that. You're led into a city, and that's what roads do. I gave it an 82.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Johan. Thank you. So judges, we'll get you to rescore after hearing Johan. That'd be great. And you've pushed it a couple of points there, Jan. We've got a 77. That's a very solid bronze award.
Cool.
Congratulations to the entrant. We've accepted that. Congratulations. Just a quick reminder to the audience, there is a highly coveted, you can be judges yourselves if you'd like to judge for your favourite judge, is the highly coveted Ian Poole Memorial Award. So if you want to judge that and choose your favourite, just pop their names down and pop them in the box out the back there in the foyer. And yeah, you can be a judge. Right, could we have the next image, please? Who are we missing?
Me.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Kay. Thank you. We have quite consistent scoring here, within 2 or 3 points of each other, but we've made a bronze award at 75. Well done. Congratulations to the entrant. Fantastic. Who would like to talk to the photographer? Ember, thank you.
Well done for receiving a bronze award. Just so happens I've actually done a lot of exactly this type of work myself. And I think something that would be worth considering if you're going to do more of this type of work is just really pay attention to your photoshopping around the exterior to make sure that if it's black, it's all black, because we can see some of your cloning marks. And perhaps also consider shooting something like this at a slightly earlier or later time of day, so we do have a little bit more information in the background. But otherwise, nice long exposure, well done.
Thank you, Amber. Thank you very much. Could we have the next image, please? We have a score of 72, which is a professional practice. Thank you very much. It's professional practice. We'll accept that. I'd love to hear some critique. Thank you, Kay, or for the photographer.
I'd like to suggest the photographer goes back to the location because there's some beautiful colours in the image, and maybe just isolate one of the trees because they're a little bit too confusing having them all together. So maybe just isolate one against that beautiful colour palette in the background.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kay. Could we have the next image, please? We have a score of 74, which is a professional practice, and we will accept that. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. What I'd like to do is maybe hear from someone who'd like to give a bit of critique to the entrant. Who would like to give a little bit of advice? Thank you, Jackie.
I think to increase the impact of this image, firstly exposure, darker. You've captured a nice moment of action, which is really great with wildlife, but also choosing those background, there's some background shapes that are distracting. Perhaps a crop and a slight vignette, and the sharpness just needs a little bit more.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Now, before you step up, judges, we're going to do a judge changeover. Kay, we'll give you a bit of a break. Thank you very much for that. Mandarin, could we get you in place of Kay's hard work there? And Tania, could we pop you in, please, for Amber and your hard work too? Thank you very much. You're logged in? That's fantastic. Cole, we will have the next image, please. We have a score of 72, which is a professional practice. Thank you very much. One moment though, I'll just double check you're not challenging. You'd like to, yeah. Okay, no, that's a professional practice. We have accepted that. And Tania, would you like to talk to the entrant? Thank you.
Yeah, the composition is beautiful. I think what could lift it up is if a number of different exposures were captured, and then you merge those together to get the detail and the highlights, and perhaps some more colour range. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Tania. That's great advice. Judges, could we get you to look at the next image? We have a score of 72, which is quite reasonably consistent. We'll accept that. Thank you very much. And could I hear from of Mandarin or Tania, whichever one would like to talk?
Okay, sure. Yeah, the image could just have stronger impact if you crop some of the went in closer, and then just the flowers in the foreground tend to compete against the dog instead of just add a different crop. Sorry, and that will bring better impact. Sorry, I'm losing my words.
Okay, no, that's great. Thanks very much, Tania. Could we have the next image, please? we have a bronze award at 75? Thank you very much. We will accept that. And I'd love to hear from who would. Tim, would you like to talk to the photographer as to what you loved?
Yeah, really great piece of communication, great concept. I'm getting a double life, nurse by day or night, and ballerina. So a great mixture of the worlds. What kind of brought it down for me was the perspective. It kind of shortens her leg. So even if you squatted down a little bit more, it would elongate her more. And that the perspective affected her arm as well. And maybe just watch your tones while editing, because it looks maybe a little bit overcooked.
Thank you so much, Tim. Could we have the next image, please? We have a score of 70, which has gone into professional practice. Thank you very much for that. And I'll just check with... You're commenting? Yep, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it would have been improved with a crop to a panoramic, so that our eye is down there where it's really exciting and meeting the mountains. It would bring more impact, a little bit darker in those midtones and bring out the emotion.
Thank you very much, Jackie. That's a great critique. That's fantastic. Could we have the next image, please? We have a score of 68, which is a professional standard. Thank you very much. We'll accept that. All the scores are relatively consistent there. And would anyone like to talk to... Yeah, thank you, Johan.
The subject matter looks really interesting, but it's been so heavily overlit that the interest is gone because everything's lit and we're not directed to go anywhere in particular.
Right, okay, no, thank you, Johan. That's a great critique to take on. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have very consistent scoring here. We have a score of 65, which is right in the middle of professional standard. Thank you very much. And would any of the photographers like to... Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, congratulations to the author. It's a really fun way to play with long exposure, a great use of that, having the train come towards us. I'll just say watch out for the highlights on your whites. Also on the red cap there's a blown out highlight, and possibly even introducing some reality to that with your backdrop, so maybe some trees or a bit more context of where this station could be. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That's really good, really good. Thank you, Tim. Could we have the next image up, please? So we're currently judging the student category, so it's proudly sponsored by CR Kennedy. Got students all over the country and here live here in Nelson as well, viewing. And some very gentlemanly judges. Thank you. We've got some more very consistent judging here. We have a score of 70, which is in the middle of professional standard as well. So thank you very much. Now, I'm sure you, Jackie. Oh, sorry, Jackie. Yeah, thank you. Lisa's going to talk to the photographer.
Yeah. I just think it would have been stronger without the hand. The focus on the sheep, and it's beautifully sharp is great. Just consider that in the future, maybe, or another angle.
Cool. Thank you, Jackie. Yeah, cool. Thanks, Mandarin.
To follow on from what Jack, yeah, yeah, there was a little bit of grain in the sky, but if the hand wasn't so foreshortened, so different angle, that would have helped too.
Cool. Thank you very much, Mandarin. Could we have the next image up, please? And we have a score of 66 with reasonably consistent scoring with about 3 or 4 points away from each other. So thank you, we'll accept that. Could I maybe get a comment from, Mandarin? Thank you very much.
Great attempt at the technique. What I would suggest is that I found that the cropping of the two bodies of the girl on the right was just really disconcerting. I think the image is more powerful if those two are cropped out and it's perhaps square, and the second image is the strongest image. So the two to either side should be perhaps faded out a little bit.
Thank you, Mandarin. That's great. Could we have the next image, please? We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And we have a challenge from Mandarin, who, if you could give us your score as well, please, Mandarin, thank you.
I scored it silver, 82, and I do believe that it deserves a silver. It's got a really intriguing dream-like quality. We've got the girl in the boat in sand that she obviously can't go anywhere because it's sand, and then we've got a girl on a rock that is looking at those birds wistfully. Perhaps she wants to fly, but where's she going to go? And then the third image is, you know, she's envisaging, you know, flying like a bird. It's beautifully conceived, and the composition, the three circles, really add that whimsical storytelling intrigue to it. So, and it's beautifully printed and presented. So, beautifully tonality-wise is presented to us. So I would love to hear what the other judges have to say.
Thank you. I might hear from Johan first, please.
Okay, I gave it a 74, and I was wavering on what I should do, and I'm glad to get a chance to talk about it. I kind of like the singularity of the first image, the duality of the second with the two ducks, and then the third image has three figures, let's call them. And so I think the photographer has given us a whole lot of little bits and pieces that add up to a lovely triptych.
Thank you. Tim. Thanks, Johan.
I gave this a 77 bronze just for the pure raw creative talent, and I really want to commend the photographer on it. There's extreme amount of potential within each of these images. I'm just struggling to see, I can see the relationship between the three, but I kind of think the boat by itself would have been such a stronger image, so I'm struggling to see why it was presented as a triptych, but conceptually amazing. Tonal range is really good. There's a few nitpicky things around, like highlights around the head on the girl on the boat, or the ankles on the right image. But yeah, I really do want to commend the photographer for pure creative power.
Thank you, Tim. I think I might come back to you now, Mandarin, if I have a reply.
It's actually interesting that we're judging a digital part of the category, and I, you know, Freudian slip mentioned print. I would love to see this as a print because I think it would be so stunning. With regards to the comments, thanks everyone, I would address some of the concerns. As the first two images are, the two girls are strangely stuck in their surreal reality. They're, you know, they can't really go anywhere. But in the third one, they've gone, you know, stuff it. I'm going to jump and become a bird and really fly. Now, I don't know if that's, you know, a surreal creative storytelling, or if there's something a little deeper and darker in the story. But regardless, I think all the surreal elements add more. The sum is much greater than the individual. So I feel that the three actually really contribute very well, much more than perhaps an individual. So I'd really love everyone to come at least to a silver.
Thanks, Mandarin. I'll get all the judges to rescore, and Mandarin, if you can put in your same score, please. Haha, we have made it to a 79, so that is going to be a review. So judges, could you please put in your score of 79 if you'd like it to keep it as a bronze, or 80 if you'd like to put it as a silver. Might take a bit of time though, I've just been a little bit slow on the press button. Here we go, we're starting to go in. I feel so sorry for the students when they're waiting for this type of thing. And it has actually stayed at a bronze, but really well talking, and it's a huge, well done bronze. Congratulations. We will accept that, and every score counts if students are adding a few entries. Every single point counts towards that, so thank you, Mandarin. You could have moved things along for that student as well, Could we have the next image, please? So everyone online, we're currently judging the student category, proudly sponsored by C.R. Kennedy. And we've got some amazing students that have been patiently sitting down and viewing and taking it all in too. How are you going with your scores, judges? Brilliant. One more, and we have reasonably consistent here at 73, which is professional practice. Thank you very much. Everyone's nodding. They're quite happy with that score, so we'll accept that. And Mandarin would like to talk.
Challenge.
Oh, okay, sorry. Sorry, Mandarin. Yeah, I didn't realise what you were saying there. Yes, Mandarin would like to challenge. If you could give us your score. And
I scored at 78, and I feel that the lighting on the little boy is really beautiful. He's got such an angelic expression, and compositionally, I think it's quite pleasing. The tonality is quite lovely too. So, you know, I'm not asking for a silver distinction, but I think a bronze award is a good place to sit.
thanks, Mandarin. Jackie, if you could give us your score and how you found it.
So yeah, I scored it at 67 into the professional practice, and I think that's where it sits in a way. It felt like beautiful light, and that's what a professional should do. But I was a little bit concerned about seeing the back of the hand and then holding on to the lantern. The lantern that's like, why am I holding this lantern? It felt a little bit posed. So I awarded it for its sharpness and its good lighting. But I was a little bit lost on the message and of this little bush kid. Maybe I've been a bit harsh. So that's it.
Thank you. If I might get someone in the middle of the road who'd like to talk to. Yeah, thank you, Tim.
Yeah, I'm at 72 professional standard. The expression on the boy's face I really like. I think it's quite... the word's not coming. It's not stoic, but it's not worried. It's kind of an in-between. There's strength in there, but there's almost a hesitation, and I think that's what I really like about it. What did hold it back from an award range for me is the black on the left-hand side of the frame is just full black and pulls you away, and also the eyes are kind of overdone in the edit. I really do like the touch of the moth too, but yeah.
Thanks so much. Thank you very much, Tim. And Mandarin, we'll come back to you.
Thank you. They're all really good comments, and yeah, I see what you're saying about the shadow on the left, how it is a little bit overdone. I'm confused. I don't quite understand what you mean by the eyes being a little bit overdone. I think they're beautiful. They're quite crisp and clear and sharp.
And just talk a bit more into the microphone if you can,
Oh,
Mandarin.
sorry, before I was too loud. Did you hear what I said?
We did. The judges did, which is good.
Okay. To address the lantern, I just tie the lantern and the moth together. Moths, you know, go to flame. So I think that is a good connection, and I think perhaps that is the story of why the little boy's holding the lantern, and perhaps he's so young he doesn't understand, and that's why he looks almost startled, or he's not really sure. He's a bit, you know, unsure. But I think it's got a beautiful warmth, and I'd love to applaud the photographer for creating this image. So I think a bronze would be really appropriate.
Thanks so much, Mandarin. Judges, if I could get you all to rescore. You've made it to a bronze award. Well done. Congratulations to the photographer. They'll be very happy with you, Mandarin. That's fantastic. Thank you very much. We'll accept that. Judges, yeah, sorry, we'll have another image. Sorry, I need a coffee. Coffee. So we're currently judging the student category, proudly sponsored by CR Kennedy, and we'll be able to, if you're interested in them, you could talk to some of the ones there at the trade stand on Saturday. There'll be Gerard, Mark, or Rachel who should be there. So we're just waiting for the judges to pop their scores in. We have a 73, which is a good professional practice there. Thank you very much. And we will accept that. I would love to hear from Mandarin as a comment. Thank you.
Look, it was a great attempt at creating a storyline. I think that it would have been really fantastic, given that judges have a very limited time to look at all the different elements. It would have been good to have a little bit more context on the time frame, like a clock or a calendar. Also, I'm not sure about all the different little triptychs. It's almost like the Chez Mondrian, but I'm not sure why they are positioned where they are. So,
Thank you so much. It's fantastic. Right, could we please have the next image? We have a reasonably consistent score of 69, which is professional practice. Thank you very much, and we'll accept that. Could I hear from you, Johan? Are you keen to talk to the photographer about that? Oh, sorry, Jackie looked. Yeah, she looked disappointed. Oh, it's a landscape. I want to talk about it.
I guess I'm the most landscapey person here. Yeah, I know. But that's where the crop is. It's right down there, right down that road again, tighter in, because the biggest part of the image is the brightly lit landscape, and it we need to know where to look, and it's just overlit. So
Okay.
it's there. But
Thanks so much.
colour tones are lovely.
Thanks, Jackie. We will have the next image, please. Oh, sorry, actually, we might just stop for a second. We might do a bit of a judge swap. Tim, you've done an amazing job. Think you'll give you a bit of a break. And Chris Anderson will bring you in place of Tim. And Phil Yell, we will pop you in place of Johan van Kaan. Thank you very much. Thank you, Johan. You've done really well. Time out, yep. All good. Thanks, Tim. All good. Thanks, Johan. You're as good as gold. And you're logged in, are you? You're logged in, Chris? Brilliant, thank you. We'll have the next image, please. And who are we missing? Here we go. We have a score of 70. Thank you, which is a professional standard there. I would like to hear you maybe more from Chris, please. Thank you.
So good still life. I think something I would have loved to have seen, that the white cloth underneath is really dominating because it's so large and so light. If that had been a darker cloth to begin with, then it would have brought the attention right into the center. I'd also maybe look at straightening up that cupboard at the back. It's just kind of, it's leaning over a little bit, and a little bit of straightening in post-production would help to make this stronger.
Thanks so much, Chris. That's great. Could we have the next image up, please? Thank you. We have a score of 72, which is a professional practice. Are you challenging, Chris, or are you accepting that?
I would love to challenge.
You'd love to challenge. Go for it.
All right. Any one of these would be a really engaging portrait. There's really excellent use of color. The orange and the green is striking. The connection with the subject is striking. But I think putting these three together does put a narrative on it that's really interesting, where the first one, she's holding out her hand almost to welcome the viewer in. The second one is like, mind changed. Third one is like, go away. So there's a progression that runs through this that's quite nice. And I think having that consistency of color all the way through is great too. There's a good balance with the center image being a little closer. There's one thing I'm a little confused about, which is why the sunnies go on halfway through. So that's probably the negative that stopped me from going a little bit higher. But I think for me, this belongs in the bronze category because there's a lot to love about this, and I'd love to have a chat.
Thank you. Now, before the student gets their hopes up too high, we're going to listen to Tanya, please, if you could give us your score. Thank you.
Yeah, I scored this 59 out of the professional standard range. To me, it's an exercise in perhaps lighting and movement. However, I think there's a lot going on, and it's very challenging to find a narrative. Chris, you've obviously found one. For me, finding a message, and yeah, and I think having the centre one closer up is also breaks the flow as well. And the glasses feel like, why are they there? I'm just not getting the narrative, a clear message.
Thank you. And Phil, could we hear from you? You're in the middle there?
Yep, I came in at 73, right in the middle. I couldn't find the narrative. I hear you, Chris, with your narrative, but I think your emphasis about how each one of them could have been stronger on their own sits better with me, and that's probably why I sat in the middle. So, yeah, I'm quite comfortable at that mark, 73.
Thank you. And Mandarin, a quick word?
Just quickly, I think the right image is the strongest. I feel that the middle one adds nothing because she looks quite bored. I quite enjoy the right one, but I think the green just under her nose is disconcerting as well. So if you were going to photograph this again, I would really work on which images have the best placement for all the colours, because the colours are beautiful.
Thank you so much, Mandarin. So back at you, Chris.
I have a lot of work to do.
You have.
So, Tanya, I hear what you're saying. I think some of the things that you disliked are the things that I liked, and we're probably not going to meet in the middle with that. And I actually, everything you disliked, I liked, so I'm not going to respond to it. The green on the face, there's something about having green on the skin that is disconcerting. We're not meant to look green. So when you put green light on someone's face, it's got a wrongness about it. And I think that's intentional. So I don't mind that there's that green cast there if it's meant to make us feel a little bit repulsed, because she is pushing us away at the end. Now, I'm reading a lot into this. It appeals to me. I know I'm working pretty hard. I'd love to see us come up for a bronze.
Thank you so much, Chris. Right, judges, give you your scores, please. And Chris, you'll just have to pop your same score in there too.
Yep.
That's all right. Let's see how you've gone. We've banged it a point. Thank you very much, Chris. You did your best. You really batted for it. Thank you very much. We'll accept that. So we've got a good professional standard at 73. We will go to the next image, please. We have a score of 67, which is a professional practice. Thank you very much. We'll accept that. Nothing's really within the wood range there. But could I hear from someone who enjoyed it but would like to give a bit of critique as well, please? Anyone Chris, you can't. Oh, Jackie. Anyone who's moving, I'm going to snap on.
Just a critique. I think there's an idea here that's been worked through and enjoying flash coming together. But some of the flash has got white light on it, which is a too bright light, and then they've got all the red arms. It's sort of like a Medusa or something. So perhaps a bit of fashioning, a bit of bringing in some modelling, like costuming on the model would have brought some more intent in there.
Thanks so much, Jackie. Appreciate that. We'll have the next image up, please. Oh, no. I just realised what I did. And we're just waiting from who's to go. Here we go. We've got it in. We have a score of 65, which is professional practice, and we've got lots of nodding heads there. Thank you very much. We'll accept that. Would I? No, Tanya. Yeah, I'd love you to. That'd be great. Thanks, Tanya.
Just with the central figure and the figure to the right of the main carriage or whatever you say. If the lighting was lower, you could get in and see those the faces of the subjects, and also just be aware that the brightest area is pretty much the ground. So just trying to keep that focus on the subjects with the lighting, and then perhaps the fact that there is nothing in the background. They could add some dimension by adding some background other than black.
Thanks so much, Tanya. That's great. We will go to the next image, please. We have a score of 65 at the moment. So there's actually there actually is an automatic challenge. There were 10 points over that. So Phil, we'd love to hear from you, please.
Yeah. I enjoyed the colour. I enjoyed the long exposure. The blown building at the end of the pier was a real distraction for me. I didn't want to penalise it for that reason, so I crept it into the bronze, but I was very much on the borderline in my head. I probably think I was a little bit generous, but I do love the colour. So, and from a distance again, it's still a bronze, I suppose. Yeah, so generous, but I'm listening.
Okay, thank you. I'd love to hear from either first Jackie actually, and then maybe Tanya.
Yes, I did penalise it for the blown out colours. I gave it below professional practice. I felt it was unacceptable, but in that the composition's quite balanced, and if that exposure had been brought down, I would have understood there would have been a bit more of a dark sky and the emotion brought to it. But so sorry about going so low.
Thank you. There's nothing to add there, Tanya, or?
Oh, and just if the exposure, perhaps a high ISO and a shorter exposure, then the stars wouldn't be, they would be, they wouldn't be so blurred, I should say. Yeah, and then just, I think the composition could have been a bit stronger rather than being centrally positioned.
Thank you. I might just go straight back to you, Phil.
I'll take all of that criticism and leave it at that.
Okay. Thank you. Judges, we'll get you to rescore, and Phil, if you just keep your same score on there, please. And Phil, you did your best, but we've still kept it 65. Thank you very much. We'll accept that.
Out on the limb.
Yeah. Could we have the next image, please? Right, we have a score of 65, which is a professional practice. Thank you very much. We will accept that. If I could hear from a photographer a judge that would like to talk to the photographer. Thanks, Chris.
So this is a really good start. I think for me, the hero probably wants to be the person, but it ends up being the small little boat behind it that's orange. That's like the most vibrant element in the image. I'd also maybe think about, and this is a bit crazy, but cropping out everything but the water. There's beautiful texture in the water and not as much information in the sky. So I think just playing with composition and returning to this idea is worth it.
Thanks so much, Chris. Appreciate that. Could I have the next image, please? Tanya, you jumped up, didn't you?
Yes.
Sorry. Thanks. I might just... Oh, sorry, I thought you jumped out. Okay, thanks. Where are we? Oh, we have got a score of 69, which is a professional standard. Thank you very much. We'll accept that. Oh, sorry. Okay, cool. Righto. I will accept that. I'll just get a comment for the entrant from one of the one of the judges, please. Thanks, Chris.
Go again. So great portrait. I think some things to watch. There's some distracting background elements on the right edge of the frame, and also that one little bit of arm at the bottom right-hand corner. If that had been covered with a jacket, that would have kept our eyes right into the frame a little better. Probably remove. It's my nemesis. Hair ties off of wrists, always.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that, Chris. Hey, Jackie, you've done really well. You need a break. Really appreciate your time spent there. And Amber, could I pop you in Jackie's place, please? Sure. Thank you very much. Get you to log in. And Tanya, I'll give you a bit of a break as well. Thank you. Kay, could we pop you in place of Tanya, please? Kay Davis. Thank you.
I know what you mean about the hair ties.
And you're all in? You all logged in? Great. We will get the next image up, please. Thank you. We have a silver at 80. Thank you. Well done. Thank you very much. It's a majority 3-2, so congratulations to the photographer. Could I maybe have a comment from who would like to talk to the... Yeah, thank Amber, you're looking really keen. Thank you.
I gave this an 81 and I think that it is really beautiful. I love the attention to detail in the balance of the colour palette. I think the only thing that I could see to improve it would be just maybe slightly clearer visual communication on the narrative, but also the autumnal tree on the right-hand side does look very composited. But otherwise, beautiful work. Definitely keep going. It's lovely.
Thanks, Amber. The student would have loved that. That's fantastic. Could we please have the next image? We have a score of 71, which is a good professional practice there. Thank you very much. It's reasonably even scoring, a little bit, between 5 or 6 points. Could I hear from either Phil or Mandarin, whoever would like to chat? Thank you.
I applaud the photographer for this idea of taking the same image but at different times of the day with a point of improvement, attention to detail. The base of the cliff doesn't line up in each of the different elements, so if you carefully work on making sure that all the elements line up as they should, then that will improve the image. Also, some of the shadows were really blocked up, so work on that as well.
Lovely. Really, really good advice. Thanks very much, Mandarin. That's great. Could we have the next image, please? We've made a bronze award at 75. Congratulations. Fantastic, thank you. And Phil, would you love to talk to... Sorry, not Phil, Chris. Sorry.
You've been doing so well.
I know what's going to happen. I'm going to owe these boys a drink, so they're going to really be wanting to trick me up, I think.
It's like 10 drinks you owe us. This feels like it's a good basis for a commercial image. There's a lot of energy, which I really love. A couple of things to watch. One of the subjects is engaging with the viewer and one is not. I would have loved if they were both not or both looking at the viewer, and usually looking at a viewer is the way you stop someone from scrolling. Also watch the exposure on the faces. The subject on the right is more exposed than the one on the left, and that kind of plays with the balance. But it's really cool, so keep going.
Thank you, Chris.
It's quite close to what I was going to say too.
Well, you are both so similar, aren't you? Hey, judges, if any of you are feeling a bit tired, we've got good available judges at the moment, so if you need a break, we'll be bringing you in and out quite a bit. So if you're feeling tired, just put your hand up and let me know. Meanwhile, otherwise we'll just schedule you when we feel it's right. Great, so could we have the next image, please? We have a score of 73, which is a good professional practice. Thank you very much. We will be accepting that. I would love to hear from a photographer, a judge who would like to talk to the entrant. Thank you, Kay.
I actually find this really interesting, and it almost from the perspective of the driver who's either impaired with drugs or alcohol, because it's a real mess. It's actually a strong communication. I think the image on the right is probably not needed. I think the other 4 images work really well as that narrative. Whether that's what the photographer's intention was, I'm not sure.
Thank you very much, Kay. Right, could we have the next image, please? We have a score of 70. Reasonably consistent judging along the road there too, so we will accept that. It's a professional practice, thank you. And who would like to talk to, yeah, thanks Kay, to the photographer.
Some nice use of leading lines in the image, but I feel that the leading lines are actually directing to us to a point that where there's probably some more interest in other areas within the image. So I just guess just be careful of your composition.
Thanks Kay. Could we have the next image, please? We have a bronze award at 75. Thank you very much. We will, but we have a challenge from Kay Davis. Go for it, Kay.
I'm sitting on 83. I pushed this into silver because I actually saw, even though what I assume is the same frog, they each have a slightly different personality coming through each of the different images. The replication of the branch on the left, the image on the left of the branch and the image on the right, the branch, that they're mirroring each other, and yet the frogs themselves are actually looking in and saying, "Ooh, who me? What's going on?" So I actually am rewarding the technique, beautifully sharp and where it should be in the eyes, and the characters that have been portrayed within the images.
Thanks, Kay. Mandarin, I know you've spent a bit more time with the image, but I'd love to hear from you, please, and what your score was.
I might have been a bit harsh. I scored at 67. I'm definitely willing to come up. The little frog is a real little character, and beautiful pin-sharp eyes. The reasons that I struggled to go higher, I felt, I'm listening to what you're saying, Kay, and I'm getting the storyline now, but I felt that it would have been perhaps a more powerful image if there was just one or even 2 of the images. Also, to connect the 3 images together, I almost feel like it would have been good to have the twigs connected at the edges of the frame to have more of a flow rather than a disconnect, because the central twig is actually completely sharp, whereas the ones on either the left and right, the depth of field is less. So yeah, that's probably nitpicky. I'm willing to go up.
Thank you very much, Mandarin. Phil?
Yeah, I was in the middle. As Kay said, super tack sharp, beautiful images. I felt similarly that it could have just sat better with two, the left and the right images, if they were standing off with each other or staring at one another, I felt would have been more complete than one. Yeah, the one in the middle, it just doesn't quite sit with me.
Thanks, Phil. I might come back to you, Kay. You're going for gold. I'm sorry, going for silver there.
Going for silver here. I prefer the branches not connecting visually in line, because I think that if they were, it's just too obvious. And I like that sort of just slight quirkiness. The character in the middle is actually almost sort of like it's after the one on the left, and the one on the right-hand side is literally just going, not me. So, you know, they're really, really being characterised. And I mean, it's the same subject, I presume, the same frog in each of the images, but the narrative, the storyline through each of those images, which connects each of those images, is what I've rewarded, plus the technical qualities of them.
Thanks, Kay. So judges, we'll get you to rescore, and Kale, you'll be popping your same score in.
Kay, what are you asking for?
Oh, sorry, I'm asking for silver.
There's a student that's going to really love you, Kay. You've made it silver at 80. Woohoo! Congratulations to the entrant. We will have the next image up, please. We have an average of 70, which is a professional standard. Thank you very much. We will accept that. And Mandarin, you'd like to talk to the entrant. Thank you.
Beautiful tonality. It's an interesting expression on the subject's face, which actually goes with the idea of the subject being, you know, quite Australian, or, you know, a bit of an ochre. A point of improvement I would definitely suggest is be really mindful of where you place your lights, because that rim light, the one at the back, is there's a bit of cross shadowing over the cheek on the right hand side, and I find that could really be improved if it was lit slightly differently.
Thanks, Mandarin. Thank you very much. Could we have the next image, please? We have an average of 70, which is at a professional standard. Thank you very much for that. Well, that will be accepted. And if I could hear from Kay, thank you very much.
I think you've got to be careful when you're using techniques like this in terms of the multiple exposure. There's areas in the image that work beautifully, but my eye's actually been pulled out of the image down the bottom left-hand side and bottom left and top left, away from some of the areas that actually have a nice where the technique is really working well.
Thanks, Kay. Great critique. Could we have the next image up, please? We have an average of 68, which is a professional practice. Thank you very much. We will accept that. And Kay, were you just looking at me? You were just looking. Yeah, Chris, thank you. Would you love to speak to the entrant?
A lovely expression on the child's face, which is great. I think I find there's a disconnection between the foreground and the background. Like the lighting it looks very artificial in the foreground and the background is fading to natural colors. There'd be a way of revisiting this that makes it feel more holistic and consistent. So with the subject kind of belonging in that environment, I think that would feel stronger.
Thanks so much, Chris. That's great. We're going to have a little bit of a judge changeover. Chris Anderson, Phil Yolt, thank you very much for your work. Appreciate that. If we could bring in Tim Lomax and Johan van Kaan, we'll get you to log in. Thank you very much. And how are the rest of the judges? Are you all feeling okay at the moment? Yep. Good. Okay. Yeah, cool. Thanks. Thank you. So you're logged in. We'll have the next image, please. We've got we've got a score of 70, which is a professional standard there, and the scoring is reasonably close together there. Thank you very much. So we will accept that score, and I would love to Kay. These girls are so polite. Thank you.
Maybe we both got something to say that would add. It's almost like there's a crescendo in the line that the girl is placed, but the sum is not greater than the parts. I really think that it would be much stronger as an image if there was only one version of the girl. I love the concept though, so it's something to work on, but just maybe work on cropping and just using one of the girl.
Thanks so much, Mandarin. Appreciate that. And I think that, yeah, that's great. We will go to the next image, please. We have a score of 72, which is a professional practice, and it looks like that we're accepting that. Thank you very much. Fantastic. And anyone would like to talk to the... Okay, thank you.
The dog's the main central character within this image, and I think just be careful of other elements that are a little bit brighter, particularly large elements which then draw your eye away from the attention away from the main figure, and maybe just a little bit on the top left hand side's a little bit heavy, so yeah, maybe a little bit of cropping in here.
Thanks, Kay. Fantastic. We'll have the next image up, please. We have a score of 68, which is good professional practice there, so, and we will accept that. Tim, would you like to talk to the photographer? Thank you.
Yep. Really cool landscape, great movement in the waves. I think the watermark of I'm assuming the photographer's signature down the bottom in the centre, there's their signature, which I found quite distracting when I was looking into the waves, which I feel like are overpowering the clouds. Like it's quite heavily handed. So I think if it was just approached a little bit more delicately, it would have been a bit stronger.
Right, yeah, thank you. You're sharp. Thank you very much for that, Tim. Much appreciated. We will go to the next image, please. So we're currently judging the student category, proudly sponsored by C.R. Kennedy here in Nelson. It's been a very big category too, so the students have done very well, being patient, waiting for their scores to come through. We have a score of 73, which is a very good professional practice. Thank you very much. That's been accepted. I would love to hear from, who would like to talk to the entrant about there? Thanks, Tim.
Really great image of these fungi, and there's so much character in there. I really enjoyed it. I think it's really well handled. Well framed, so congratulations to the photographer.
Thank you, yeah, and maybe a comment from Kay as to maybe an improvement as well would be great.
Oh, I actually really enjoyed the image, and I likened it to a family photograph where they're all competing for the attention of getting in the right position of the camera.
Thank you. I'd still like to maybe get some critique for the entrance. So would someone like to give something that they would they feel could be stronger for them? Thanks, Amber.
Maybe in that light that you saw it being a family photograph, I just felt that it needs something extra to, the photographer just needs to bring something a little bit more to it, dress it up a little bit more or something to lift it into the awards range, and also just to pay really close attention to the tonal range within the whole image.
Fantastic. Thanks, Amber. That'll be appreciated. Could we have the next image, please? We have a score of 72, which is a good professional standard practice there. Thank you very much. We will be accepting that. Johan, yeah, thanks.
A very interesting image. I did feel it was an image of two parts and that it only needed one of those parts, which was either the black and white or the colour, but not both.
Okay, thanks, Johan. That's great. Could we have the next image, please? The judges are doing really well, getting up and down and up and down and up and down and getting a bit of exercise. So we thank you to CR Kennedy for sponsoring this category, the student category, for 2022. Right, we have a score of 73, which is a professional practice. So a little bit of room to budge if someone wanted to nudge it up, but if we don't, that's cool too. Yep, okay, we will accept it. Yep, that'd be great. Thank you very much. Could we hear from Kay? Thank you.
Yeah, I thought it was actually quite a lovely image, and the photographer's done well to capture it. I just feel that there's the eyes need to be a lot sharper. It's very soft in that area, and the focus is more on its backside than it is on its face.
Thank you, Kay. Much appreciated. We will have the next image up, please. We have a score of 69, which is a professional practice. Thank you very much. That will be accepted. And we've got the most polite judges.
You go.
You go. No, I'll go. No, you go. Okay, thanks,
I
Tim.
think there's a lot of potential with this image in terms of storytelling. There's a very sinister narrative, very creepy. I think what kept it in the professional range for me was the difference between the figure and the scene. I understand it's composite, but they're not blending together. It seems very separated. And also just the highlights behind the man. When you go to look at the mask, you get pulled to the window, and I think that's just what let it down for me.
Yeah, thank you. And Mandarin would love to pop
Just
something in there too.
Very quickly, to add an extra element of fear and drama, it needs to deepen the shadows, a real sense of noir, really blacken those shadows around it. So you've got this foreboding of the element of where it is. It's a very creepy place, so just work with that.
Thanks so much, Mandarin. That's great. We will go to the next image, please. We have a score of 70, which is quite even across the board there, which is professional practice. We've got lots of nodding heads. Thank you very much. So that would be accepted score. And maybe Amber, could you talk to the photographer and let them know how you felt?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
I scored it a 70, so right on the average. I think that it's a really beautiful, organic subject, and you've photographed it well, but I feel that the focus not being on the, I don't know what it's called, but like the stamen part is really holding it back from going into the awards range.
Thanks so much, Amber. That's great. We will have the next image up, please. We have a score of 77, which is a solid bronze award. It's fantastic. And we have a challenge from Amber. So fire away, Amber. What was your score?
So my score was 80. I just snuck it into the silver range because I can hear this image, and I don't know if you guys remember that a YouTube meme, something, whatever it is, Steve. I just feel like that I can really hear that bird on the right calling his friends, and they're like, paying attention, and I just think that the storytelling element of this image deserves to be awarded a silver.
Thanks so much. That's great. I might go to someone else maybe a bit lower down. Mandarin, would you like to see your score and see how you felt about this?
I definitely agree with the storytelling element, definitely. I saw it differently. I'm not very good at botany, but I wondered if it was, mum and dad and the baby birds going, give me food. Looking at them, they're probably all roughly the same age, so they probably are more mates. I scored it, professional practice. Where I just struggled a little bit was the depth of field. I love the beautiful out of focus background in the right image, and the left one, I just feel like I want it to be a little less focused in the background, just to tie in, because there's a little disconnect between the two.
Thanks, Mandarin. And I might come to someone right in the middle who might be someone like Kay. Thanks.
Yeah, I really enjoyed what you saw in it too, and I am a little bit distracted by the background in the left-hand image, but you needed to pull back to be able to get them as as characters, portraits. I feel the one on the right could be a little bit higher, so they're talking directly in line with the beaks of the other birds. That would be my only comment.
Thanks, Kay. Johan, thanks.
I gave it a 76. Thanks for Steve. I think I'll go up, although I do suspect that the bird on the end is the same as the bird on the end of the second one, but that doesn't matter. We've got a story. Because I did think as a diptych it wasn't working, but now it has a reason it does work, and because of that I'd like to go from my measly little 76 up to something that's a bit more shiny.
Thank you. Thanks, Johan. And back to you, Amber.
Great. I fully appreciate what everybody has said, and I do agree perhaps that bird on the right could be a little bit higher in order to be really properly communicating there. But I don't think that should hold it back from going to a silver, and I really think that the shapes in the background just contextualise where those birds live. they need to have different backgrounds because they are quite different crops of bird portrait. So I think that we really need to reward the storytelling elements in the image. Please, please come up to a silver.
Thank you so much, Amber. So we'll get all the judges to put their scores in. And Amber, if you keep your score the same, please, that'd be great. Thank you. Amber, you have made an 81, which is a good solid silver. Congratulations, everybody. And Amber, actually, I'm congratulating you to be able to say contextualise at the end of the day. Impressed.
Was that your word of the day?
I think it might be.
Yeah, well done, well done. Could we please have the next image? We have a 74, which is very solid professional practice. Thank you very much. And you're nodding, so you're all in agreement there. Thank you. So that score will be accepted. Could I have some advice, please, for the photographer, how they could have maybe pushed it into the award range? Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, I really commend the photographer. It's a beautiful portrait of this girl. I guess what held it down for me, I was looking for a little bit more of where exactly she is. I'm assuming maybe a train or something going on a trip, but the expression she's got is real beautiful. The only other note really I have is just the whites on the curtain folding back towards us are quite bright, and it pulls you down from her beautiful face.
Thank you. That would have been noted by the entrant. Thank you very much. Fantastic. Right. We're just going to have a bit of a quick judge change. Jackie Rankin, I might pop you in for Mandarin Montgomery. Mandarin, thank you very much for your hard work there. Give you a bit of a break. Thank you. So you're good to go there, Jackie? Brilliant, thank you. So we'll have the next image up, please. So we've had a big category this afternoon with the students. So thank you very much to C.R. Kennedy for sponsoring this student category. We have a score of 68, which is a professional standard. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. It's, good professional standard though. So we will accept that score. And Johan would like to talk to the entrant. Thank you, Johan.
Sure. What beautiful colours. What really glorious colours, what lovely shapes. When you're doing macro photography or close-up imagery like this, and you're trying to convey the message, I think the message is unfortunately lost with a little bit of the blurring of going out of focus, unfortunately.
Oh, thank you. That would be taken on board. Thank you, Johan. Could we have the next image, please? We have a bronze award at 76. Well done. Congratulations to the entrant. I would love to hear a word of thought from Kay, maybe. Thanks, Kay.
I really enjoyed the narrative that was being portrayed through this, with the girl imagining herself as the different characters as she's reading the story of Narnia. Technically, there's probably the middle one is probably overly bright. I think I would pull down, just take care of the lighting in that middle one, and the one on the middle left, if that's what you call it, just in terms of the highlight shadows on her face. I think that could be a little bit more even to balance out how all of the other images are.
Thanks, Kay. Thank you very much. We will go to the next image, please. We have a score of 67, which is a good professional standard. Thank you. We will accept that. And that's an accepted one. Could I hear from Johan as to what could have helped to make this image into an award range?
To start with, I'm pleased that the photographer chose to present us with a panoramic image. I thought that helped it a lot. Unfortunately, the conflict between the vibrancy of the water and the dullness of the greenery ended up with an unresolved image. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. There's big nods from the judges there too, so they're all in quite good agreement there. We will go to the next image, please. We have a score of 66, which is a professional standard. Thank you very much. I'd like to hear from Amber, who actually did enjoy that image. I shouldn't say enjoy, who liked the image. That's the wrong word. Yeah. And what you feel could have helped to get the image bumped up into award.
Sure. I gave this image a 74, and I did enjoy it because I do have a country heart. But I think that what could help to elevate the image into an awards level is to pay some more attention to the cropping. There's sort of highlights in both of the top corners that are very distracting, and the grass feels quite overexposed. I also think that the sheep on the very left probably doesn't add anything to the image, so just cropping in a little bit would have helped it, and always make sure that those horizon lines are straight.
Brilliant. No, thanks very much, Amber. That's great. Could we have the next image, please? We have a score of 72, which is a good professional standard here, and we will accept it. Thank you very much. We will accept that there. Could I have a word from, let's have a look. Yeah, Tim.
Hello.
You gave me the look. And you did actually enjoy it the most, so yeah, I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, I think this is an adorable portrait of the baby, so I want to congratulate the photographer. There is just a few wee things that I think that kept it down. I'm still umming and ahhing about the hand. I don't know whether or not if that was removed that would help. And as much as I appreciate the edit on the eyes, I think it's a little bit, just turn it down a little bit. But yeah, well done.
Thanks. That's brilliant. Thanks, Tim. Could we have the next image up, please? Thank you, judges. We've got a score of 72, which is a good professional practice. We will accept that. Could I hear from Amber as to what you feel about the image?
Sure.
Thanks.
I think there are some really beautiful elements within this series, but sometimes less is more. And I think your narrative would have been stronger if you had been a little bit more selective with what to include and what to exclude.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Amber. I might do a quick judge change. Kay, you've done a fantastic job as usual. Thank you very much for your hard work there. Phil Yell, could we, where is he? There we go. Thank you. We'll pipe you in there. Thanks, Phil. You boys just want drinks paid. So obvious. Have you logged in there, Phil? Oh, legend, thank you. We will go to the next image, please. We have a bronze award at 77. Well done. Quite consistent judging there too. Would anyone like to talk to the entrant? Yeah, thanks, Phil.
Yeah, this is a stunning image. Everything that should be is tack sharp. Lovely bouquet in the background, and I enjoy the composition. In terms of elevating it, perhaps a touch of motion blur on the wings. We know how fast they go. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's great. Motion blur, fix that. Okay. Yeah, next image, please. have a bronze award at 76, and we have automatically got a very quick hand, which is Johan, who's going to challenge this. In fact, I didn't even need to look up. I just saw this hand go up and go, that's Johan.
Okay. I gave this an 83. I don't even understand this image. So I've got no story. I've got nothing else except for the fact that it hit me with something. And it was a strong, visceral feeling. I don't need to know exactly what's going on, and I don't need to know that the photographers captured that perfectly, but they've done it in a way where I'm not seeing any faults that are disappointing me, and it's making me think. And I could create a story about falling into the depths of darkness and all that sort of stuff. Doesn't matter. What I'm feeling is something very, very strong with the posing dark and pink and the blues. It's great. It's really a good example of an image that is just speaking by what it isn't.
Thank you, Johan. We're just going to go lower because I think there's a few wanting to talk to this, which is fantastic. It's quite exciting. Jackie, could we hear from you first, please? Thank you. And your score?
Yeah, look, I scored at 68 because of the circle. I think the circle is taking my eye away from what I think the subject is, which is right down there in the bottom where all the lines are. It's perhaps some branches overhanging a pond, and we're getting that depth, and we're seeing the abstract shapes. But I want to go to that sort of world shape that happens when we look at a circle, and that's not there for me. I'm not, and so I had that bang bang, and it wasn't giving me what the right message. But I really do that bottom part is very effective, and I'll lift my score for that.
Thanks, Jackie. Now, we're actually going to zigzag a bit here because we're going up, down, up, down, up, down. I'm going to now Tim, who's up.
Yes. So I gave this 84 silver as well. So everyone at home, if you can Google Aurora Awakening, that's the song that started playing in my head. Clip Notes version, it's about a girl who drowns herself. But there's tranquility in that, and I feel like this image encapsulates that song, and I think that's why I connected it to me, because there's the light, the tranquil, the beauty, but then there's the dark that will take you under, that will drown you. In terms of the circular shape, I think that helps you kind of flow from the light to the dark and back around, and you kind of just flow like the water, and it is calm, it's very alluring in a beautiful way, but also possibly a sinister way as well. Okay. So yeah.
Thanks, Tim. And Phil. Thanks.
Yeah, so combining everything we've heard, I'm with Jackie on the sense that the interest is the bottom part of the image, the shapes that come through there. For me, the top part of the image there's too much of it, and I think that we would really emphasize that really wonderful kind of texture and interest that's going on in the bottom. If we just kind of lost a little bit of the top, and that would stop it being kind of 50-50, it'd make it a little bit more kind of thirds. Yeah, so I mean that's what I'm seeing. It more emphasis on the bottom, and I would have certainly been up there. My score was 74. I'm happy to come into a bronze, but not much further.
Thanks, Phil. And back at you, Johan.
The circle creates the abstraction that takes away the need for a message, Jackie. And I love that you felt a song as a response and not a particular thing. And you didn't try and describe what you're seeing. You described how you felt. You described how you felt and how you wanted to see more of the darkness. And that's everybody's ability to see things and look for things and try and find things. I find the balance of the 50-50 split is, it creates a sense of balance. Yeah, the balance that I'm looking for, rather than this too dark, too light. It just sits restfully in there and allows me to hum a tune.
Cool,
Yeah.
okay. Thanks, Johan. So judges will get you to rescore, please. You've done it. We have an 81 silver award. Well done. Thank you very much. We'll accept that. And we will go to the next image, please. And we'll just remind the judges just to keep their talking just a little bit more succinct with a big day. But we're loving the passion as well. Thank you. We've got quite reasonably consistent judging here. We have a 66 professional practice. Thank you very much for popping that effort in there. Could I hear from a judge that would like to give a little bit more critique about how we could have improved the image to a few more points? Yeah. Lovely. Thank you, Tim. That's fantastic.
It's different and unique, and I can appreciate that. I think what let it down for me is the kayakers, canoers. Is there a difference? They're not in focus fully, and I found that quite. It just let me down a bit. And then also in the top right corner, just some cropping with there's like the water polo net or something. So yeah, really cool attempt at a fresh idea, but just keep working on it.
Okay. Thank you, Tim. Now, before you get up, judges, we're just going to do a bit of a judge shame. Tim, you've done a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. And Chris Anderson will pop you in place of Tim. Thank you. And we'll just wait for him to log in. And yeah, good to go. We'll go to the next image, please. We've made a bronze at 75. Thank you very much. Very consistent there. We'll accept that. And could I have some comments maybe from Amber? Thank you.
Well done for your bronze award. I think that the sense of energy and movement within this image is really well captured, and I don't know how to elevate it, but you've done a good job.
Thank you. But for the student, I wouldn't mind getting some advice maybe from... No, it's all good. It's all good. Jackie, could you maybe give a little bit of word to what could have been maybe a few more points into this image?
Perhaps keeping the eye down onto the subject by a little bit of darkening through the top and through the bottom, just to really focus our eye right on that subject and give it more intensity.
Thanks, Jackie. There's a few nods there. That's great. Right. We will go to the next image, please. Waiting for, here we go, Chris, is it?
Sorry.
No, you're good. We have a score of 72, which is a professional practice. Thank you very much. We'll accept that. The scores are very, very quite close anyway. And who would like to talk to the photographers to improve? Phil, thank you very much.
Yeah, just maybe a touch more sharpness. I mean, it's a lovely image shot from an interesting angle, but just a touch more sharpness through the image.
Great, thank you very much. Right, next image, please. We have a score reasonably consistent here of 74, which is a good professional practice. So thank you for that. We'll accept it. And could I hear from Jackie? Looked at me first.
Yeah, I just think the woman has got this bluey sort of tone through her, so the colours in the background are a warm tone, and so they need to match in better, and the lighting on the subjects doesn't really reflect what's happening in the environment. But it's a really neat idea, regardless of that.
Thanks, Jackie. Thank you very much. Could we have the next image, please? We have a bronze at 75. That is a bronze award. Thank you very much. That will accept that, and I would love to hear from Johan. Thank you.
It's quite lovely, really. One, triptych, and you've got 1, 2, 3. It's fairly obvious. It's got a lovely story element to it. Lots of characters. How would they improve it?
Central image.
Yeah, the central image.
Bit lighter.
Sorry.
Pull it up a little bit more. Have your
Yeah.
feet, you know.
Yeah. see a bit more of a reflection, perhaps, in the central image, because the blacks are really strong in that middle image.
Brilliant. No, that's fantastic. Thank you very much. It's really good critique there as well. We will go to the next image, please. We have a bronze award at 76. Well done. Congratulations to the entrant. Well done. That is a bronze, a solid bronze, and that has been accepted. Jackie, you'd like to talk to the entrant?
How would we make this, improve this image? Often with wildlife, I mean, the texture here is great and the colours, but perhaps just an action, something going on, and that's where it usually elevates it into another scoring range, and perhaps what's going on in the background too, maybe a little bit more, something in there.
Thank you very much, Jackie. That's fantastic. And we have come to the final of the 2022 student category. Iris, well done, everyone. Judges, you are just absolutely rocked today. It was a huge afternoon. Students rocked even more by sitting down and viewing with all their nerves. They did really well. Thank you very much to Chris Halliwell, who organised all the judges as well and kept me in check. He did very well. So thank you all. We will maybe just keep the judges back for a few minutes while it's decided who is going to determine the category finalists. So if the judges could just hang back for a little while, that'd be great. And thank you very much, everybody. You've done really well. We'll be back here in the morning doing a lot more judging. Yeah, it's been really fantastic afternoon as well. The main chief sponsor of the 2022 Iris Awards is Sony, so we're very happy with Sony for proudly presenting that for us to do. Really fantastic, and it's a good day that the judges have been amazing, actually, with big afternoons and lots of passion as well, and they've kept it going. They're being all nice and sweet to me, but the trouble is I owe drinks now for mucking up names. That'll happen someday in the next day or two. But yeah, we'll see you back all tomorrow, everyone online, and congratulations to the students. You've had a big afternoon of nerves as well, which can't be easy. So well done, and we'll see everyone back tomorrow. Anyone who's around New Zealand or Australia listening in, over and out, and well done, everyone. Good night. Haere rā.
Well done, team. That's a big effort, guys. Well done.
4 hours and 50 minutes. 4 hours and 50 minutes. Well done.
Oh, yeah, that was a marathon. Well done, everyone.
Is that a lot?
You did really well. It's great.
No, we did really well.
How many images were there?
Really well, because we didn't even have to hurry you up.
And we went
We started an hour late, and we finished 15 minutes after when we should have. So we made up 45 minutes.
Does it have a pure image rate? Sort of?
Yeah, we were 2 minutes 10.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's pretty speedy.
Yeah.
That's because Jackie got up, like,
And I was just like,
That was when
I
Johan
felt like
did
we were ripping the,
his great
I
thing, and then
didn't feel like we were ripping the students off by
oh yeah,
going short as well. So
Yeah.
I thought that was fine.
and you really hammered us to give, like, constructive,
Yeah.
which is great. So that was so good.
Yeah.
Like, you know, if we kind of, if one of us didn't have good advice, we kept it.
Yeah, I kept thinking I'll be frustrated and I want something more.
Yeah, which is great, because I've been that person going, why didn't it work? You didn't work. So that's really
I'm really pleased that Chris kept me on track sometimes too, because at the start with the computer we just got a couple of changes and he'd pick me up on it. I'm like, oh, so I'm really slow on the computer, so he did really well. Good team, good game, guys. Probably see all you both back in one. Stay behind. sorry, guys.
She was here.
She was just checking to see if her I'm sure she'll be back.
Good night, guys. Have a good one. Thank you. See ya. Bye.
Oh no, I was just bored sitting on the ground. No, I didn't exercise. I need to swim and exercise. It was just a long day. That's all. I can't sit still. Standing up is good. Moving's great. Like already. Moving. Give me 1 second. And also, it's like nearly 7 o'clock, so kind of loud enough. I know. I'm trying not to forget that. You could do some like you know the coffee shop. They're beautiful like banana loaf. There's amazing muffins and all those sort of things. We'll just probably cook really beautiful instead of snacks in there are quite like Woolworths.
It's chocolate. This chocolate muffins, chocolate
I know
biscuits.
it's all well, there's fruit bits kind of.
Actually, Damien Bellman, he introduced me to chocolate and banana, and it is
Oh yeah, together.
so good. Don't knock it till you try it.
Oh, I love banana and I love chocolate. I really never thought about putting them together. Yep, you guys are good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lee.
So what are we doing? Oh, what are we? Were we meant to go with Trace?
I think she's got all the people.
I think she's got it all sorted.
Oh, did she grab 5?
She's got whoever she needs, I
Oh,
think.
because she
Thank
told
you.
me that she needed me prior, but then she doesn't now. That's far. Okay, cool. Oh, no, oh, no.
Is that Simone's? She was saying before. She was looking for a black. Was she? She's just probably just out there.
Do you want me to chase it out?
I wonder if they. No, it might be Simone. She was saying.
Leave it. Oh,
Thank you very much.
Got tired at the end though.
It's a long day. It's a lot of concentrating.
Thanks. See ya.
See you tomorrow.
I thought it was hers as well. So I'm just gonna leave it.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
See ya.
disrespect of my property